to kick off this event. We've got a phenomenal group of marketers and athletes and more with us today. I mean, I'm talking companies like Planet Fitness, Everyman Jack, Nationwide, Influencer, Mindshare, Players Trunk, and did I mention we've got athletes here themselves. So remember, we are live. That Q&A widget at the bottom of your screen right there can be used to ask questions. So if you have them, please submit them through there. And we also have that chat widget down there too. And that's for our audience. That's for our listeners at home. You can use that to connect with attendees and discuss the event in real time and converse. We can't be face-to-face, but we can be virtually on a couch, on a beach, hopefully, in your office, wherever. You can be there, you can chat, you can talk amongst each other. Now, I'd love to welcome to the stage Chris Dieter, who's the CCO with Influential. Influential is the largest influencer marketing company by revenue in the world and a longtime partner of Brand Innovators. So thank you for that. In exciting recent news, this past Tuesday, actually TikTok named Influential their creator marketplace API partner. So I want to give a huge congrats and shout outs to Influential with regards to that, and also welcome Chris to our virtual stage. Chris, how are you today?
Doing awesome, Ryan. How are you?
I'm amazing. I'm super, super pumped for this event to kick off and for you to be our MC to steer us through the entire day. So I would love to turn things officially over to you.
Thank you so much. Hey, everyone, and welcome to a very special edition of Influential's livecast with Brand Innovators. For those of you who are not familiar with Influential, we are an AI influencer technology that drives actual business outcomes, including sales, foot traffic into stores, and TV tune-in lift. In addition, we've recently jumped full force into the NIL space and formed a division called Influential U, which provides Fortune 500 influencer marketing brand sponsorships to the most elite athletes in college sports, some of whom you'll hear from today. As most of you know, on July 1st, collegiate athletes for the first time ever were given the ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. Our virtual NIL conference will feature brand marketers, collegiate athletes, and experts discussing the new and exciting NIL landscape. These sessions are intended to educate and inform brand marketers about all the amazing opportunities that exist with the athletes of collegiate sports. So without further ado, let's meet our first panelists and get this party started. Our first panel is an impressive one. Let's bring to the stage our amazing panelists, Josh Spiegelman, Managing Director, Managing Partner at Mindshare, Austin Pomerantz, co-founder of the Players Trunk, Brennan Kaminsky, founder of Be Known Agency, Buddy Boeheim, basketball player at Syracuse, and our panel is being moderated by a newcomer and welcome addition to the Influential family, Patrick Hayes, Director of Influential U. Welcome, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. Great. Have a great conversation, guys.
All right. Thanks, Chris. My name is Patrick Hayes. I'm the Director of Influential U. I'll be your moderator for this session. Like Chris mentioned, joining us today, Brennan Kaminsky, the founder of Be Known Agency, also a North Carolina alum. He just launched Be Known Agency this year, so Brennan, congrats on that. Austin is the co-founder of the Players Trunk and also a Mission alum. Josh Spiegelman is the managing director and managing partner at Mindshare and is a Boston University alum. And Buddy Boeheim is a member of the Syracuse men's basketball team. Welcome, fellas. Let's jump right into it. Today, we're joined by a lot of experienced professionals giving their take and views in all things name, image, and likeness. I think the fun part is going to be hearing from the different perspectives, experiences, views, and so on and so forth about NIL. So let's get right to it. We are 2 months into this new territory of compensating athletes for their name, image, and likeness. I'd like to start off by asking what your initial thoughts are. So Buddy, as a student athlete, I'll start with you. What initial thoughts, experiences, personal insights that you personally gone through?
Yeah, just coming into this, it was a roller coaster. Not sure. I've never been, familiar with this. Never been able to do much at all. Whether it was get a meal, have someone pay for a meal, whatever it may be. So just jumping right into things, it was a full 180, and just right away wanted to take a step back the first couple of days, look at my options, and kind of talk over with my parents, because that's really the only people that I had in my corner at the moment with talking about good deals and people I'm familiar with. The Players Trunk was one right away, knowing Austin's brother Hunter really well, who was a manager at Syracuse. So that was something I wanted to do first and foremost. And then from there, just talking to people I'm familiar with, getting ideas from them, and also having a good friend who works at Rock Nation, Jack Overdyke, helped me out with things, and we've been working together the last month or so. So just getting good connections early on and making sure I'm doing things with companies and people I know well and that they have a good message going out.
Totally. Is this something that you prepared for a while?
Not really. Probably like a week before, my dad told me that I was probably going to pass, and just doing basic things first, like Cameo and stuff like that, and then going forward, seeing what companies would reach out, trying to sift through my DMs and find good companies that had good ideas, and kind of let my mom handle it from there. She's really good at taking those deals and talking to people. So just figuring out through her and kind of having fun with it, not stressing too much and making sure I'm still focused on basketball always.
Yeah, totally. Well, it's all new to everyone, so it's not a sprint, it's a marathon here. So it sounds like they've got support for you. That's awesome. Parlaying into that, Austin, I know you're working with Buddy. What are your initial thoughts on just taking advantage of everything NIL right now?
For sure. I think first, it's long overdue. I was fortunate enough to be a student manager at Michigan, and I got to work with student athletes up close. You see the amount of time, energy, and effort that goes into it. So it's great that they're finally able to be compensated. And it was super awesome to help Buddy become the first college athlete to use school marks in an NIL deal. So I think that really set the stage for us. We always wanted to put the power back in the athletes' hands. So we're trying to do that, each and every day, just helping athletes finally earn the compensation that they deserve.
Totally. I'm going to circle back on your guys' partnership and get a little bit more into detail later. Josh, would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first off, thanks for having me, and excited to join this esteemed panel. And Buddy, congrats on all your success at Cuse. So yeah, I think you can't overstate enough the significance of NIL in July 1st, when it was signed into law in many states and then available nationally, both from a college sports perspective, a sports perspective, but also from a cultural standpoint. Like, as Austin said, this is long overdue. And the fact that hundreds of thousands of student athletes now have the ability for the first time in history to profit off of their name, image, likeness, it's so important. And I think we've only scratched the surface in the marketing industry so far in the last few months. There's been some incredible partnerships, but I think we're really just starting to see the tip of the iceberg in terms of what can be accomplished. I'm also been really encouraged to see a lot of marketers taking a very purpose-driven approach in terms of helping student athletes and helping their communities. And so that's something that I've really enjoyed being a part of, working with brands navigate the space in a really deliberate, meaningful way.
Do you think those conversations that you've had are been more in the positive or more in like the uncertainty? Are we going to jump into this right now, or like really excitement? Let's really dive into this.
Yeah, so it's definitely mixed bag. You have some marketers that are uncertain, and we have some brands that we've worked with that knew 6 months ago that they wanted to be one of the first brands in the history of our country to sign a NIL deal. And, we worked with them to make sure that we are choreographing a strategy and navigating the space so that they were prepared on when the clock struck midnight on July 1st to be able to action deals. But for the most part, we've seen a lot of excitement from our clients, given it's an entirely new entry point that they can leverage to drive their objectives.
Totally. And all of that excitement comes, and we've had a couple games so far last weekend, with the majority starting up this weekend. So I think a lot's going to get going, and a lot of questions might be answered. I think maybe we'll even see a little bit of uncertainty, after a big play happens or a big game by someone. Brendan, love to hear your thoughts too.
Yeah, it's been really exciting to just watch it and grow in real time. I think when the first, in the first few weeks, probably had like 10 to 15 different people, friends or professional contacts, just be like, hey, like, what are you doing with NIL? How are you getting involved? And, I think people are trying to wrap their head around it, but it's all positive, and it's great to see people like Buddy really taking advantage of it. For myself, the way I've been involved is, direct with athletes, educating schools or conferences. And, for me, to the question of, have you prepared for this for a while? Like Buddy said, like for me, I was like, well, kind of, I've been certainly helping people build their brand through social, and that's such a big part of this. And just to, but it was one of those things where it's like, when it hit, everyone's like, oh, wow, this is a thing. And certainly there's been amazing companies, influencers, one that comes to mind. And I know Jim, the CEO, is speaking soon, that have been preparing this for years, that are probably thinking to themselves, oh, all these people are trying to get involved. Like, we have this whole infrastructure, we have a system in place, and those are the people that are winning. And as time goes on, those are the people I think that are best positioned. But it's been really exciting, and I think it's the wild, wild west. Some good, some bad, but it's all positive and been exciting to, like I said, watch in real time.
Yeah. So in your conversations with different student athletes, conferences, teams like that, do you see a pattern? Do you see any differences amongst, one conference to another, one sport to another?
Yeah, one thing that I tell athletes, and I think is a mistake that athletes make, is treating their social, treating their brand as like, I'm going to post stuff, on the court, on the field, whatever, and not really show personality outside of that. Right. And so I try to tell people, show your relatability, right? If Buddy has, certain hobbies he likes, if he's really into fishing, like, show that, because brands right now more than ever are trying to get involved, whether it's a PR story or to really attach themselves to NIL. So I think that's one thing I see a lot. And, I think that it's a lot of folks, like, talking to some kids directly, I feel like they've been like, oh, it's here, but I don't know what this means. Like, we have a deal with this company, but I still don't have anyone guiding me. So I think there's just so much education that needs to be done. And that's really where I try to play a role. And people like me and, people on this panel, like, it's just a matter of guiding folks in the right direction and, taking advantage of it. But, that could happen in so many different areas.
Totally. Buddy, Austin, like I mentioned, circling back on your guys' partnership, maybe Austin, I'll start with you. Why Buddy? The direction that you guys have gone, why has this been a success, and where do you want to take this partnership?
For sure. I think Buddy's the exact student athlete that we want to work with. Like he mentioned, he has a pretty close relationship with my brother, who's also a co-founder. He was a student manager at Syracuse. So he kept in touch with him, loved the company, what we were doing with former college athletes with selling the gear. And it was just a natural transition for us to help them create their own customized merchandise. And we were able to secure the licensing deal with Syracuse, which is a pretty big deal, just to be able to use the school marks in a design. And Buddy has a great nickname with the Buddy Bucket. So just putting the two together, it was awesome. The traction has been terrific. And like I said, it's been a pleasure to work with Buddy.
Yeah, that S is iconic, and the school obviously very well known. Buddy, what are your thoughts on the partnership so far, and maybe enlighten some of those who don't know the capacity of it, where they can find some of your merchandise and other things that might be available through the Player's Trunk?
Yeah, it's been great so far. When it first dropped, it really blew up, and I didn't think it would get all the attention it's gotten, but it's honestly been really cool, and to be able to be the first player to have the S logo, the school logo on merchandise was really cool, and we wanted to get that done right away so we could get that out there, and it's just been awesome. A lot of my friends, people I know, hitting me up trying to get shirts and that, and if you just go to Players Trunk on Instagram, whatever it is online, you can find their link, and it's in my bio too. So I try to help my friends out when they ask how to get it, but it's been a lot of fun, and hopefully we'll just keep doing stuff as the season goes along. After a game or after a big win, we can figure stuff out and just keep bouncing ideas off each other. But they've done a great job so far, and it's been really fun working with them. I'm having a blast, and it's people I know, it's family, and it's been a lot of fun seeing us both work together and do a good job doing it.
That's amazing. Now, I know it's the off season for you. Do you think that things will change as far as different partnerships and posting more throughout the season? Or do you think it'll be more heavily focused off the season, and then allowing your fans to maybe say, hey, I'm pretty focused on basketball? Or, what's that balance like? Should you, partner with other brands during the season?
Yeah, in terms of, I'd say public appearances will definitely probably go down. I'm going to do one this weekend here, a local signing. But once the season starts, I'm definitely going to want to be more focused. But I can always upload an Instagram post or a tweet or do something like that in some sort of manner. But I'm going to be focused on the season, and that's always the most important thing, always will be. But I'll still be open to doing stuff. Obviously, the season is when I figured a lot of companies will want to do stuff, because that's when our name's being on TV or games and you're on ESPN, whatever it may be. So that's when the recognition is there. So I'll be open to that. I understand that, but I'm also going to make sure I'm not doing too much, because it's a long season. There's a lot of games to be played, and just do it the best way, the way that I think is most effective, and always keeping my options open.
Love that. Josh, kind of parlaying off of that partnership,
Yeah.
have you seen any trends so far, maybe some that are doing it in a great way, some that you maybe would critique and say, hey, I would have done it a different way?
Yeah, I don't, before I answer that, I actually want to riff off something Buddy just said, which is like being very judicious with his time. And so I think one thing that's really important for brands to think about when they're working with student athletes is how much they're asking of them, because many brands are used to working with professional athletes that have, and many of them are surrounded by full teams that can take on the burden, a lot of the responsibilities. And even in that case, sometimes it's hard to get professional athletes to deliver on contractual obligations in a timely manner. And so you think about student athletes, and as Buddy said, you're balancing academics, you're balancing all of your responsibilities for your team as well. And so for brands, what I found is it's really important to streamline the asks for student athletes to ensure that you're setting them up for success, as well as the brand up for success. And so it's definitely, different. And you think about you're talking about 18, 19, 20-year-old kids, they're balancing a lot. And I know when I was 18, 19, 20, I certainly wasn't balancing as much as they already are. So I think that's something that we've found is just an adjustment with brands, just being a bit more thoughtful around how you streamline the ask for student athletes. In terms of your other question around, how brands are, approaching the space. Again, I've seen the brands that I've seen doing it the best, again, have been really leaning into purpose-driven inspirational stories. One of the best examples that I've seen is a smaller brand called Built Protein Bars. They partnered, they're already a partner of BYU, and they awarded every single walk-on on the team with free tuition. And it was the way that they did it, the way the owner did it, really pulled at your heartstrings. They actually orchestrated it. I would encourage everyone to check it out on YouTube, where they called up every walk-on one by one, and then eventually call up all 36 walk-ons. And for a small brand, it generated so much national press. They got picked up on USA Today, on ESPN, a number of different press outlets. And it was really because they were giving back to these student athletes that work so hard on the field, these walk-ons, and they had to take on additional jobs that they really didn't have time for. So that's one of the better examples. I haven't seen a lot of brands go awry at this point. I've been more focused on the good ones.
Right. Yeah. The Built and what they did with the walk-ons might be a little different than we see posted on Instagram with the brands or whatnot. Do you think that there's going to be more creativity, maybe to get a little bit more of that PR push for some of these brands?
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of creative ways that brands can intersect the space that will generate PR. But again, you want to appeal to what fans want to see. Like they want to see brands help out student athletes in meaningful ways. Like, logo slaps are fine, but a story like Built that really appeals to your visceral feelings, I think is going to be the more powerful plays.
Right. Brendan, we've seen brands want to take on this space. And I think, for you and your team, what advice would you give to like help build their personal brand more? I think, well, the athletic departments do such a great job in getting content to the players, from practices in the locker room to the games. But then it's also on the student athletes to take their own images, build up their own brand, show up their own activities and interests. So as student athletes are a little bit newer to this game, maybe they do have friends who are professional athletes now, but what's the best advice? What can they take away from all of this as far as like, hey, if I push out and continue with building my brand, there might be more opportunities to come?
Yeah. So a few things come to mind. I mean, the first thing is consistency. And I think that, a lot of athletes, especially student athletes, have a ton of things going on, like Josh just was talking about, but consistency is really important in this space. And, that's one thing that I try to impress upon folks, and that we try to impress upon folks, any client, frankly, with the social media. Another thing that comes to mind, like I said, is the relatability and making sure that you are connecting to your fans and that they see you as like, you're a human being too, right? Like you're not always just on the court shooting baskets. You have hobbies and interests, and that's really the most successful people on the internet are the people that have grown to be very relatable. And the other thing, I mean, there's a bunch of different things and best practices, but it's important to know like what the platforms want. And we don't have to get in the weeds in that, but Instagram wants a certain thing from you. They have certain algorithms, Facebook as well. They're paying creators. Facebook just pledged $1 billion in 2022 to pay to creators. And I know they're currently, potentially looking at that on the college front. But if you do what the platforms want you to do and lay out things to do, you'll be successful. And all these, platforms have created guides. Facebook just made a huge webinar for people to watch with 5 to 6 different classes on this is how to use Facebook, and this is how you can do sponsored posts and brand content and things like that. And the last thing I'll say is I've encouraged folks, and I think it's important, like if you have certain hobbies, like reach out to the brand manager from that company, right? Like I spoke to a couple athletes after a conference recently, and they were like, yeah, I really like this clothing brand, and I'm trying to figure out what to do. And it's like, just go on LinkedIn, find the brand manager and reach out. And I was like, I'm pretty sure whoever that brand manager is will feel like this is awesome. Wow. Like NIL just started. This college athlete is into my brand. And because like we're talking about PR, talking about making a buzz, like they probably more likely than not to at least do something or give you the time of day. So because everyone's accessible and because like you are that business now as a college athlete, it's just use your social for the quality over quantity and use it for outreach.
Right. And you think that more student athletes right now are being proactive by themselves, without using representation to reach out to these different brands that they have an affinity?
Probably not. I think probably not. I think most people look at social as, okay, what should I put on my feed? What are the things I should be doing? If I'm doing a deal, I'll do a swipe up, I'll tag a brand. I think that, and I don't think this is just a college athlete. I think people in general don't think about, oh, I want to, like, if I'm talking to like someone younger who's trying to get into sports, it's like, oh, I'm interested in working at the NFL. I'm like, well, did you reach out to the person on LinkedIn who works at the NFL that does the exact thing that you want to do? Because, eventually someone will respond and they'll look at it. So I think that's a huge opportunity for folks. And, I'm sure folks do slide into DMs, but maybe not as much thinking professionally or replying on a personal level. And that'll be huge for them.
Totally. Buddy, going back to you, you're in this every single day. You're in the locker room with your teammates. What's the conversation like? Do you come back and say, hey, I have this opportunity here. Should I take it? Is there a conversation amongst all of you?
I wouldn't say so much in that sense. Some of us have to mind that we have five or 4 or 5 teammates that are international, so they can't make money yet. So that's kind of a
Right.
tough conversation to have. But we all support each other. If they see one of us do a deal or something, we all, ask how it's going and keep tabs on that. But I think the biggest thing we talk about as a team is trying to get together a team camp so everyone can make a share of money. And, even guys like the walk-ons or even managers, just trying to make sure everyone gets involved in this, because obviously some guys aren't going to get as much attention as others. So I think that's the biggest thing we've talked about as a team a couple of times. We had Jim from Influencer come up this past week and talk to us about building our brand and doing stuff that will help us. So he kind of challenged us and just gave us really good insight. He's one of the best at it. So it was really cool having him up here and just kind of just talking about different ways we can help each other out and ways. And if one of us, I connected with Players Trunk early, having a guy like Benny Williams or someone else ask me, if they should do it too. And, obviously I say yes. So just giving each other advice, and if someone's worked with a past partner, just giving them details on how it goes and how it went.
Yeah. Going back to Jim, I know that there's a lot of, industry leading professionals that are going out and speaking to different student athletes, teams, even coaches there. What's the take from all of your coaches, the support? Is this like a, guys, remember we have, to do X, Y, and Z, don't do this? Is it a constant reminder?
Yeah, I think they've, if anything, it's been more hands off, and over the summer we were practicing every day, so we were focused on that. But it hasn't been so much you can't do this or make sure you're getting in the gym still. It's kind of just giving us freedom and helping us out here and there. If one of the coaches knows someone, kind of getting them in touch with us and trying to give us opportunities, and like the Players Trunk and stuff like that, and just also trying to set up a team camp they think is probably the best way for everyone to benefit. So they've been really helpful and haven't really been too concerned about us not focusing on basketball still. So it's been great. And I mean, Syracuse has such a big fan base that once the season comes, everyone will start getting more attention. Even that we have 4 transfers, so that will help them if the fans aren't so familiar with them yet. So they understand that, and once the season hits, we all feel like we won't be too worried about it, but there will be opportunities.
Yeah, that's great. Austin, circling back to you, obviously we touched on your partnership with Buddy in Syracuse. I know you have some other schools. Maybe highlight some of those other schools. And the licensing part of it is something that we haven't seen a whole lot of to this point. But can you go dive into some of those details on maybe some of the challenges, why certain schools, and where else are you going to take this?
For sure. So the next school that we'll be doing the licensing deal with is LSU. So Syracuse was one that wanted to be ahead of the game with the NIL space, and LSU pretty similar. But the biggest challenge is just that it's so different school by school and even state by state, where you have some states where you can't even use the school marks. Like, it's really not up to the schools. And then there are some where even if we want to do a t-shirt or hoodie design, you can't even put the athlete in the same team colors. So I think that's the biggest challenge for us, is that there's not this one uniform ruling, which hopefully there will be more clarity sooner rather than later. But, we're still trying to navigate the space each and every day. And I think the licensing deals are a huge part in it. It just takes the designs up to another level. And I think the fans really like it as well.
Yeah, no doubt. Per rules, you can only work with Buddy up until, his collegiate career is done. What are thoughts for, those type of partnerships, but then trying to figure out how to extend it later on?
For sure. So I think when we started it, we always wanted to do the long-term partnerships. We wanted to be collaborative. We want to grow with the athlete. We want the athlete to grow with us. We're a pretty young company, only 13 months in here, but we have worked with numerous athletes who have gone from the college ranks to the professional ranks. And I think one of the great ideas is just even some like charity auctions. So when you sign that first professional deal, maybe selling some of your gear for, a few $1,000s may not make such a huge impact. But a lot of these athletes have their own foundations. So partnering up in that sense, I think, is how we're looking at the professional model.
Got it. Josh, coming back to you, are there going to be any advantages of working with student athletes over professional athletes now?
Yeah, it's a great question. So again, I don't think one can overstate enough the affinity and the passion that college sports fans have for the student athletes in their communities and in their states. So while professional athletes certainly have a tremendous amount of scale and reach, and there's certainly always going to be a place for working with professional athletes, student athletes engender so much love within their communities that there's an opportunity for brands to harness that love to deliver on their objectives and choreograph a number of different student athlete deals across different priority regions and markets, where each deal in partnership in of itself may not have the same reach as professional athletes, but collectively they do, and you're going a lot deeper in those communities. There's certainly roles for working with the most preeminent student athletes in the country that are visible and recognizable, but the reality is that is a small percentage. So I think that there's absolutely a role to really unlock that brand love. And then also, if you think about the advantages for marketers that are really invested in the college sports space, one of the challenges that I've dealt with for years is up to this point, we could never feature student athletes in our creative. So if we wanted to run in live games, we had to work with former student athletes who are, in some cases, haven't been in college for years. And so from a contextual relevancy perspective, for brands that can now, if I'm advertising during a Cuse game and I have the opportunity to feature Buddy in my commercial, like that's going to drive a lot more relevance for my consumers, which I think there's a big advantage to.
And you think with these smaller communities, I mean, a lot of these different universities are in those communities. They're not in the top big cities. Will we see more of those local brands take advantage of this? Or do you think that there'll be a good balance of the local versus also the national brands too?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think we're going to see balance. I think you're going to see certainly roles for the local car dealerships who are looking to drive foot traffic to their locations and appearances and signing autographs and such. But I think you're also going to see more and more national advertisers as we get into tentpole events. You know, as I think someone said, the season's just kicking off. So for college football, you're going to see more and more action as we culminate towards the CFP, and then once college basketball and other sports really get into gear for the fall season, I think we're going to see more and more national advertisers looking at the space and looking to make moves.
I agree. You know, Brendan, going back to that point, we've only seen a handful of games. We got a majority start in here tonight and then through the weekend. What gray areas have we seen? And are those gray areas going to be answered the weekend after, or is this going to be a pretty long duration on finding and learning these different topics?
Yeah, I'm also curious to see when we find out. It feels like it's going to linger for a bit. It feels like this gray area is and a lot of that's maybe for the best, or at least it means that there's a lot more deals that can be done, you know, for an athlete. I think what I'm curious about on the, you know, gray area and on like what happens once the school season starts is, are players going to be a lot more, I mean, they're going to be a lot more locked in. Like, for instance, you know, I've been working with some, you know, college football players, season's about to start this weekend. Are the coaches going to, you know, make them feel a certain way if they're doing all these deals? There's a bunch of PR stories around them. And does that affect the locker room, or does I mean, I'm always a proponent and I hate when people are like, oh, like this person is tweeting all the time, and because of that, it's affecting their performance. Like, people have 24 hours in a day. They're playing, you know, they're practicing, they're dieting and all those things, but like there's plenty of time to build your personal brand. So I think that there's plenty of time, but yeah, I would be curious because I've seen, you know, and I know Dabo's been in the news and like, I think he said he wasn't a fan of turning college sports into, professional with all the players. I don't know what he recently said, if he's backtracked, but like, if I'm a Clemson player, am I skeptical? Because I think the coach is going to feel a certain way. So those are some of the things that I'm thinking about. But certainly, I think the gray area is going to go on for a while. I also just want to, one thing that, Josh was saying, and when you asked about dealing with college athletes versus professional athletes and the advantages, when I have conversations with brands sometimes, like lately, it's like they're looking for micro influencers. Micro influencers have a community that's very special. They have a lot of engagement. So sometimes brands might be like, we want to get 10 micro influencers, then 1 or 2 big ones. And that bodes well for a lot of these student athletes. And now it's just a different bucket of people that companies can look to. So I think that part is really exciting. And it just goes down to quality versus quantity, and making sure that you have that community. So I think there are going to be instances where it's like, you know what? We'd rather go to this person who has a huge loyal following in this city that we're looking for, rather than just cast a wide range for a big influencer, even if they have a much bigger following.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. NIL in general, like, how big of a deal is this? Like, is this a massive thing? Are people looking at this the right way? Is there just too much uncertainty really to realize like that this is an actual thing now? We've seen the NCAA video games getting taken away and my nights being ruined, so how does this play in effect?
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's a huge deal. And I think it's one of those stories that hits beyond like the traditional sports fan, where it reaches like the news outlet and then people who, know people in sports, like, hey, this college thing, like, how are you getting involved in that?
Absolutely.
Eric, by the way, Eric, with some clarification against colleges paying. Thank you for that clarification, Eric. I appreciate that. Wasn't sure exactly what Dabo was saying. But yeah, I think with the gray area, another thing on the gray area, Patrick, is like, and I'd love to know the answer if someone does. Like, I know when Barstool has now, gotten a bunch of players and they've been signing, it's been unclear to me, is that allowed because they're a sports book or they have this sports book? Some folks have told me it is, some it isn't. That's one of those things where I'd love to know, similar to you, like if that is solved. And if someone knows the answer, whether it's on this panel or in the chat, would love to, because I feel like there's so many of those that it's just like nobody knows.
Right. We had a question come in here. Some are saying that this will make colleges the professional level. How do you view this statement? Open to anybody.
I disagree. Personally, I disagree with the sentiment that all of a sudden college sports is going to be analogous to professional sports. The reality is, the percentage of athletes that are going to accumulate a lot of wealth, which is well-deserved, through NIL deals is very, very small. You're talking about, I think there's 460,000 student athletes out there across men's, women's, different divisions and sports. And so, as Buddy was saying, like, there is now an opportunity and a role for every single person on the team, every single person on the roster, to make money, and money that they deserve, entitled to make. And so all of a sudden, do I think that people have said like it's going to lose its luster and innocence because student athletes are making money? I believe that's an overstated opinion, but that's my personal take.
Buddy, going back to you, we've got about 5 minutes left here. Kind of the recruiting aspect of it. You went through your own recruiting process and talking to different schools and wound up, at Syracuse. How do you think this is really going to affect, when coaches go and sit in the living rooms and talk to the parents and the kids? Hey, this is an opportunity now. You're going to get a great education. We're going to, be leaders on and off the court. But now here's an opportunity to really take your brand to the next level and prepare for the pro level.
Yeah, I already see it happening. The other day I saw our GA filling out like a PowerPoint of things we've already done, kind of promoting what we've done and showing what we can do through NIL at Syracuse. And I think it will be big. I think especially at Syracuse, like I said, it's such a big fan base that It's really just Syracuse basketball and Syracuse sports are the only thing within probably an hour or two, and then you go to Buffalo with the Bills and New York City, but there's not much else around it. So people are all in on Syracuse sports, and I think it will benefit us a lot and help us a lot. But it's also a great way to interact with fans. Something I love doing is always trying to take pictures or whatever it is, and interact with our fans. And you can tell right away when there's 30,000 people at a game, and there's nothing like Syracuse. So I think it will be great for us, especially, and other schools will definitely try to sell their NILs benefits to recruits, and it will definitely be a major factor going forward because you see guys leaving early for the G League, and clearly money has become a factor for where recruits go next. So I think it will be one of the most important things for recruiting going forward.
Yep. I love that. We have a specific question in here, maybe for Austin, Josh, or Brendan. What do you think of the potential of NFTs in the factor in NIL?
I'll just say there's been one, I know, Kayvon Thibodeau from Oregon did an NFT that was with Phil Knight and Tinker Hatfield, who designed the Jordans. I think schools are going to start supporting, and that was, I think Nike supported that one. But I think that there's a huge opportunity for NFTs. I personally think with a student athlete, the best way to do an NFT is to create tangible benefits, right? So like for Buddy, if he does an NFT, if you get this NFT, you get access to merchandise or meet and greets and, physical things. One of the things to figure out, like best case would be like, hey, if you get this NFT, if you could figure this part out, if you get this NFT, you get 1 ticket to every game for the season or 2 tickets to every game for the season, right? Like that'd be super cool. I think you'd have to figure out how to vet those people to make sure they're not lunatics or that, they're okay and it's all safe. But I feel like the NFT potential is huge for that. And that goes for anyone, any creator, any athlete, but definitely on the college side. I feel like that would be a good PR story if you could get all this unique access through the NFTs. And I know Kayvon is one that I saw, and I'm sure there's been a lot of others.
Awesome. Yeah. As NFT. Oh, sorry to cut you off, Josh.
No, I was going to say, I know that it was believed One Team Partners brokered a licensing deal with Panini trading cards. And so that seems like an organic space where it could easily translate to NFTs from a trading card perspective. So that's one very, low hanging fruit where I can see it taking shape.
Yeah. And Austin, has that been a part of any vision, looking ahead, or any conversations with any of the compliance departments that you've spoken to?
I think it's something we're definitely thinking about. We haven't done it so far. We talked about it with a few guys that were in the draft, the NBA draft this past year. We didn't end up doing it, but I definitely think, NFTs are here to stay. I think Bryce Young, the Alabama quarterback, I think he just designed his own NFT. I haven't seen what you get if you do get the NFT, like if there is any tangible items, but I do think, tons and tons of college athletes are going to start doing it.
Amazing. Well, guys, we are out of time. Buddy, Austin, Josh, Brendan, thank you so much for coming on, sharing your knowledge. I know I learned a lot. I hope all of you did as well. Thanks for all the questions, and looking forward to the other panelists coming up.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Hey guys. All right, so I'm back. Well, we actually have a little bit of a delay. Jim Cavale is running a few minutes late. I was going to try to keep everybody on, but all disappeared, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and bring my brother Ryan Dietert on, and we can chat for a few minutes before Jim gets to us.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, brother?
Good to see you.
So yeah, you too. It's been a long time. So let's chat for a couple minutes. I know Jim is running a few minutes late. So let's talk about the NIL space in general for Influential. Let's kind of talk about the history of, when we started to get into this space and, what the opportunities are for us.
I think people believe that everyone kind of rushed at like July 1st to figure this all out. This is years in the making. It's about opportunity. You now see 150,000 collegiate athletes that are available that were not available a few months before, that are now looking to monetize, that brands can work with on a local, regional, and national level. It's a game changer. It's the single largest new group of creators to ever hit the market, in the last 5-10 years. Like it's the equivalent of like how TikTok became a massive new stream of creators. But imagine that mixed with 5 other platforms that are massive, US or across America, but through the lens of 17 to 24-year-olds, the best athletes in the country.
Like, based on what you've seen, what we've observed in the marketplace, how big of an opportunity do you think this is in talking about millions of dollars for the rest of the year and then maybe even leaning into next year?
This year alone, across the creator economy, which is a mixture of brand deals, NFTs, different endorsement deals, it'll be 9 figures, it'll be hundreds of millions of dollars. There's just so much going on right now. We ourselves have already done 7 figures, multi-millions to date. It's only been a few months. We think we're gonna hit probably 8 figures by the end of the year, just based off of obviously big seasons going up right now, heading into even just getting lined up for next year as well.
Okay. And then as far as the types of brands that we're seeing, across all of brands, what are the type of brands that you see really leaning into NIL?
I'm excited to hear Jim, because Jim sees deals just across the board from every team and every level of influencer, from the macros of the world, like you see with the O'Neills, to the micro people that you may have never heard unless you're in that city or state. Local Joe's Pizzas have been doing a lot in terms of scale, but that's not where a lot of revenue comes from, at least in terms of large dollar amounts. We'll talk about it more in a few minutes, but from everyone from IHOP that we work with to Everyman Jack, number of people that are on today's show and today's programming are all people that have spent dollars and can tell you, the efficacy of using these influencers. It's going to be every vertical possible. I mean, I think you have to keep in mind it's all about audience. So if you're doing NIL campaigns, you're probably going after Gen Z, early millennials that are big fans. You can go older if you'd like, but those are the ones that are going to be the most influenced by people that they think of as, relatable, that they look up to as essentially, stars on campus when they're walking around. It's like having LeBron James beat your campus. If they have large following and they're the star quarterback or star basketball player, but even if it's like people like Livy, like the TikTok star that is a gymnast at LSU. I don't know how great she'll be in terms of Olympic careers, but in terms of her ability to monetize and get a giant following, I'm sure she is revered and has a big woman on campus type relationship.
And are we seeing a particular platform that people are leaning into as far as what we're doing on NIL deals? Is it more TikTok? Is it more Instagram, Facebook? Is it sort of a mix of all of them?
In the press, I've heard like some Twitter deals. We don't usually get requests for Twitter deals. I mean, listen, the audience that is most prevalent for what they're going after is going to be TikTok. TikTok and Instagram in general across all of influencer marketing are 1 and 2 right now in terms of just velocity. YouTube's obviously a good third, but being a YouTube creator is very, very difficult. That's much more time and production. So I don't think of college creators as necessarily being that's not the easiest path for them. Facebook, part of Instagram, but Facebook's going to be a little older, just what's where their parents are. They're not going to be on there. They're going to be on Snap probably. Snap, TikTok, Instagram. And then, for what we do, there's Jim, but for what we do, the efficacy is driving those, native plus paid media that drive the results. So yeah, we focus traditionally on TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. Hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim. Welcome. You're on mute still.
How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Sorry about being a few minutes late.
And sorry on our end for shifting you around so much. There was a hurricane down south, which made things a little trying for us, but we appreciate you jumping on. because you haven't been here yet, I'm pleased to let you know that you are a very popular man in this community. You were name checked, I think, 3 times in the last panel. So we're excited to have you on. And obviously we have a great partnership with you guys, with Influencer and with Teamwork. So without further ado, let's just go ahead and jump into the questions.
Do it.
So you guys, we've had this partnership. We announced it as soon as NIL came about July 1st. Let's go back a little bit and talk about the history of the partnership and what brought us together. And feel free, either of you guys, to tackle this.
Well, I've been talking for the last 5 minutes. So Jim, go for it.
Well, listen, we've been working directly with college athletes, especially to help them build their brands since Influencer started in late 2017. And our distribution model has always been directly to the school, and schools pay us for our software so they can help their student athletes grow their following, which ultimately grows their NIL value, right? And now that NIL is here in the college ranks, you need a partner who understands how to equate that value and then help the athlete realize that value. And that's what Influential does. And that's why when Ryan and I got a chance to meet after our teams had put this partnership together, I was so excited because we have a lot of partners now that are helping our athletes realize their NIL value. But when you see the breadth of how Influential is helping influencers in general, not just in sports, realize their name, image, and likeness value, it's really a great partnership because it allows the front end work we do with athletes to help them build their value, get realized through monetization.
Well, and I want to call out something, Chris. Jim is a road warrior. I watch your social. I see you, obviously you're talking occasionally in text. You are at every college. You are meeting with, groups of inquiring young minds, with coaches, with teams. What you guys have built has been phenomenal to watch. It really is. It's a foundation that allows for both those campuses and those students to be in communication. Talk about some of the compliance stuff in a minute, but we're really excited to partner with you guys. And since we announced it in Forbes and a few other places a few months back, and we've seen tremendous interest from everyone, from the brands to the athletes across the board.
And a question following up to that, Jim, what is that education process like now? I feel like you're kind of like an evangelist going school to school, telling people about this. Give us a little bit of insight into what that's like.
It's crazy. So we have just over 200 Division I schools now that are on the Influencer platform, more than 1,500 teams, more than 100,000 student athletes. So for me to go to all the schools, or even for our team to go to all the schools, is not realistic. And it's not really even what we offer, right? We're a tech company. But for me to go to a dozen schools a year and just be on a campus and be around the student athletes, I'll answer your question about how we educate them, but I get all the education. I mean, the questions I get from coaches about recruiting now, the conversations I see between coaches and administrators about what they can and can't do, the competition now between schools with recruiting in respect to that, and then the athletes and their ability now to navigate this space. Everything that happens on these trips really benefits the Influencer product, because I get to come back, work with our product team and our team in general on just taking things to the next level. So it's just as much an education for me as it is for them, hopefully. For them, we've built a place inside their Influencer app called the Storyteller Playbook, where they can see case studies from athletes they know who've built their brand and realized their value. They can learn financial literacy from Team Ultimus. They can learn negotiating your deal on the legal side of NIL from our partner Anomaly. But we also have a lot of folks from Wasserman and the pro athlete community that are just giving back by providing these student athletes with free education on NIL from all angles. And when I'm there, I'm teaching a lot of that in my talk, but they really have those resources at their fingertips. And, last thing I'll say is the reason I started Influencer in 2017 wasn't because I wanted to help athletes make a bunch of money with their NIL. I knew it was coming, and I knew that it was good timing for us to build a platform that athletes would use to build their value, so that one day if NIL came, they'd be able to realize that value. But ultimately, as a former college athlete, I just want athletes to understand how short this window is and how big of a stage they're on during this short period of time, so they can leverage this stage that set the stage for the rest of their lives. I can credit almost every good and bad decision maybe that I've made in business back to college sports, even meeting my wife or building my family. Like, they need to understand this is a launching point, not the end and some big peak that will go away. And that's my passion.
That's awesome. Then someone just literally came in and said, "Love your passion, Jim." That's Pam Brandt from the audience. Very, very true to life. So, when you started in 2017, like you were saying, what was that initial thing that made you really want to do this? Was it because you saw that this was going to come soon, or did you actually just think that this was a holistic thing for the community to do, to help out collegiate athletes?
I was sitting just around the corner from my office here in Birmingham, Alabama, and Gary Vaynerchuk was speaking at a conference. And after the conference ended, I had a chance to spend some time with him. He started telling me about building a sports agency as his next phase. And we started talking about athletes. And we both had this passion for life after ball, right? Like helping them, like I said, use the stage to set the stage. And I left that conversation with this stirring in my heart. Obviously, he's a big entrepreneur. And I had a business at that time. And I had about 7 years into building it from a garage gym to 50 gym locations across the country with my business partner. But I felt like it was time. I felt like it was time to sell. I felt like it was time to figure out how to get back into sports and how to figure out what athletes weren't getting to be able to take advantage of the eyeballs that are attracted to them while they're playing. And as I started studying social media and seeing how much more followers athletes had collectively for a team than the team account had on social media, but I started seeing how little they use social. And I saw when they did share how they were ripping photos that had watermarks on it, and they really didn't have the empowerment they needed from a content and education standpoint. I felt like there was a clear opportunity. And it took John Calipari in Kentucky basketball saying, "We will pay for you to come in and automate the delivery of content to our athletes from the content we're shooting as a staff, from the national media content. You can make that happen. We'll pay you." That's when when the market will write a check, that it's not just your idea, it's an idea that will actually work. And then you just go on the journey to figure it out from there and solve problems. That's what we do as entrepreneurs. And the problem continues to be, to today, athletes are uneducated. They don't understand, some of it because they're young and they haven't lived as long as we have to see that it is a short window. Some of it's because they just don't have the resources to understand how this business works. And so anything we can do to equip them with content, with education around their metrics and their value, and ultimately connections to places they can go monetize their name, image, and likeness, or even go get a job, like that's what it's about.
And how many athletes do you reach? And does this serve as a portal for the college athlete for a lifetime, or is it more in the microcosm of the 4 years?
So, we have more than 100,000 athletes now. I mentioned 200 schools, 1,500 teams. We've grown real fast this year, so some of them are still getting onboarded. We really cut our teeth early on with some big brands like Miami football, Kentucky basketball, learning how to deliver value to the athletes. And as time went on and we had brought on more clients, we learned how to build better tech to help them, but also how to onboard them and get them using the software. Athletes average a session a day on our app in season and about 4.5 sessions per week on our app out of season. So they're in there just about daily, and they're either grabbing content and sharing it to social, looking at their metrics and understanding their value, finding partners like Influential. And so, for us, it is a lifetime platform. If a school doesn't renew with us, typically a school does a 5-year software agreement with us, but let's say those 3 or 5 years are up and they don't renew, the athlete keeps Influencer. And if they're a pro athlete and they get to the next level and they want their Getty content without watermarks, or they want to find a platform like Influential, they're going to be able to do that for free. They do not pay us $1. We've never charged the athlete $1. We make all our money from the school. So it is really thinking in a lifetime way. We actually just inked a partnership recently with NX Athlete, which is a game plan company. And Game Plan's an education platform in the college space. And NX Athlete is a place that helps athletes get jobs. And so we're really excited because through that partnership, not only are we going to help athletes while they're playing build their brand, but we're going to be able to put them in front of more employers through our partner at Game Plan and NX Athlete. And that's all part of this vision, this whole life cycle that we're trying to serve as an athlete.
Nice. Ryan, what gravitated you towards Gym and Influencer as our platform of choice when we made this launch?
So we provide data, insights, brand deals, measurement. That's why clients give us massive amounts of money to figure out how to solve this for, to hit their audiences and grow and show ROI. What we didn't have, and what we lean on Influencer for, and they've been a tremendous partner, is all the eligibility elements, all the pieces that are the reporting, and all the stuff that people don't think about that goes into these things, where it's like compliance officers at different schools, NCAA, just reports, things that just are the pieces that if we do them incorrectly, you can mess up someone's eligibility and really hurt them, which is the complete opposite of what we're all trying to get done here, which is give equity back to these this talent, these influencers. So Influencer was highly rated. We talked to them, same, everything that Jim said, we agree with 100%. And then, and even people in the marketplace, major social platforms, we're both working with at the same time. So the simpatico was there. And obviously it's still a growing business. We're both growing. I think we're both leading the business, but in the space, but growing so that we can actually get every single student, every single college, everybody in these as much as humanly possible, so that when one of the upcoming, we have like Nationwide coming on and a few other Elderman Jack, when they say I want to go into like a small school in Oregon or someplace like that's kind of a very specific, unique, around a local activation, that nano, micro, or even potentially macro influencer in that region can be activated, that can get dollars for their name, image, and likeness. And we can then measure the efficacy that, yes, keep spending with those teams, those individuals, and drive those dollars for them as they go through their career. And then obviously simultaneously, they can build up their brand and head into the other professional ranks, or just become regular creators as they come out of college, whether they become a full-time creator or just someone that does on the side. Like, it's now part of the kind of gig economy. It's part of people's ways to monetize. So whether they become the next Kobe or the next XYZ player, or just become a regular family man that or woman that essentially has 100,000 followers, they need to figure out how to understand, as Jim was saying, their every part of their college career, and then we can help also as they elevate into post college life, just the different stats they should be aware of, and the cost and CPMs and dollar amounts they should be putting on their audience and what they've been able to deliver for brands.
And one thing I want to add is, we've always offered metrics, but it's that surface level of metrics. And I think what's been really fun for me personally is when I do go out on the road and get a chance to get in front of student athletes, showing them influential data, that extra layer that helps them see how they're perceived. It's really it's helpful for the athlete. I think things click when they see the data from the influential system, because it helps them see how they might need to do some things they're not doing to attract the audience they want and maybe the opportunities they want. At the same time, how they might be doing some things to detract those opportunities. And it's been a lot of fun, and it's also a huge help for coaches and recruiting to be able to show recruits this picture of data that's really an extra layer you provide.
And
Thanks,
Jim, can you go ahead, Ryan?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. And for those that obviously we see every day, we're in this. Those that are not have not seen our technology in the past and what influential do for college athletes. Just imagine this. Imagine your 18-year-old kid that doesn't know that what brands think about your platforms, your brand you've built, and you might be dropping the occasional F-bomb because you think it's cool and it's fun. We can tell them their profanity rating, can tell them what they're actually saying, what brands are seeing, thinking about, everything I say really is something that exists in the social sphere. So from profanity pieces to best day and time to post, forget even the brand stuff, just when they should be creating content. The audience they hit, maybe they, what, my audience is actually very female. I didn't know that. I should create content that also caters to that audience. Really all these different metrics, brands that my audience has an affinity to. I should talk more about Nike or about Adidas. All those things are stats that, again, help them in their day-to-day lives, heading into hopefully the branded content deals in the future.
And Jim, let's talk about growth for you as a company. Has NIL been sort of a rocket ship for growth? Are you finding that many more universities are now proactively contacting you?
Yeah, I mean, I think, if you ever read the book Crossing the Chasm or any real book about technology adoption, you have your early adopters, and those are the folks that worked with us in 2018, our first full year of business. And we really grew exponentially 5x from 18 to 19 because people started to see they need to invest in building the brands of their athletes. And this is really before NIL was a for sure thing. In 2019, California passed their bill, and people saw that, based on the NCAA's lack of response to that bill, there was no lawsuit or anything like that. NIL probably was going to happen, but that wasn't a reason people bought our software in 2019. And we still experienced some pretty exponential growth. That led to Teamworks, another sports tech company, acquiring Influencer, and also putting venture capital behind Influencer to help us really keep growing. Funds like General Catalyst and others became partners, putting capital and strategy behind us at that point. And so in 2020, we still grew despite the pandemic, but it was definite that NIL was going to happen, right? And so it really led to 2021. Any school that was not an early adopter has had to make a decision on some set of solutions for education, for brand building, for monetization, education. They're not allowed to fully monetize with a school. They can't be involved in that, but they at least have to educate around monetization, and then a disclosure system for compliance. And so some companies like us do all those things. Some do parts of them, and you've seen schools make a lot of decisions. And because of that, we've had another exponential year of growth, kind of like 2019, which has been great. But the market is super volatile, and it's moving at the speed of light. It was a market that had decisions driven by compliance for most of this year. But what you're seeing now that, Penny Hardaway just signed 2 5-stars within 3 weeks, and FedEx has a deal with those guys, coaches are paying attention to this now. Recruiting is paying attention to this now. So it's not just a compliance conversation anymore. And I only anticipate that will continue. And I think you're also going to see a lot of group NIL deals happen because a lot of people want to see the team all win, not just one player. So it's just a fast evolving market, but that's kind of, what I've seen from a big picture standpoint, how our growth's played into it.
And Ryan, obviously we know better than any the difference between a creator and an athlete, which is obviously something that is, the lines are getting blurred now. What are we doing proactively to help athletes understand how to be better creators?
It's some of it happens literally mid-campaign, because I think one of the things that we've learned the most, because no one really knew this literally until July 1st, because we weren't allowed to do campaigns with the college athletes, is that inherently people aren't content creators, even if they have a large following. So when we're doing these branded content deals, the way that they would basically return back content, and they think about it in terms of like the usage of sounds and music, of editing things together. Like you think of like a traditional content creator, has a couple 100,000 followers. They made their entire following based off of being funny or pithy or emotional or something. An athlete may have just done it because they're tremendous at sports and they just capture a lifestyle. So that to then have them create branded content isn't an automatic muscle. You have to build that muscle like anything else they do in life. So for us, we've been basically providing back, briefs and materials, and we're going to work with Influencer and a few other of our brand partners to create more and more content that's evergreen, talking about like, here's how you should approach these briefs, because the briefs we're giving, production style briefs to these influencers, even if it's a very kind of organic iPhone style shoot. It still says what you can and can't do. It's your choice, your voice, but you have to hit these marks to say these things. Still got to be within the realm of almost a commercial. So part of it is just education on that, and then two is what's their value, and the value. People, I saw one of the Pam also mentioned in the Q&A. What is the value and how do you price these things? Influencers. I wish I could say there's an exact set number, but it's going to change based on platform, based off of the ask, number of pieces of content. Is it stories? Is it a post on Instagram? Is it a TikTok? Every platform's different. The usage rights, people don't know. Most athletes aren't aware that when they give away their usage rights, which is essentially the ability to put paid media to boost their name, image, and likeness across the world or to certain locations, you can charge more money for that. Those are cost pieces that that are added to a CPM and a cost per thousand in CPM. All these different variables, exclusivity rights, all these things all increase the dollar. So all these things that we know from doing this in the hundreds of millions of dollars over the last 8 years are things that a average person would not know, especially someone just got into college. So those are the things that we're trying to get across, and we actually have to do a better job of really making a full repository so that all of that can be done and seen by the influencer and Teamworks athletes.
And through this partnership, how are we providing guidance and support to student athletes?
I think the biggest way is what I just went through. The ability to show the student athlete his or her influential data is just, it's a paradigm shift, because you can tell them all day, that you shouldn't freestyle rap on Instagram Live. And you can tell them all day that you should post more often, especially about this part of your life. But when they see that the data reflects it, and it might reflect things that are different from who they really are, it really backs up what I say, which is, hey, social media is your digital character footprint. And whether you like it or not, when you go visit somebody's social media profile, then you make a judgment on who they are as a person. You've never met them. You're an athlete making plays. People search you on TV. They see you make a play. They search you on social. They go look at you. They're going to make a judgment on who you are. Not fair, but reality. And so what are you going to do it's simply is having your name, your first name, your last name in your profile, right? Having a profile statement that says your number, tags your school you play for, talks a little bit about maybe a quote you like. And then you actually have posts people can view to see what you're about, not just as an athlete, but outside the lines as a person. And so I say all that all the time, but showing them the influential data backs it up. So now they're like, oh, wait a second. This is an objective report that's saying that I'm somebody I'm really not. I got to change the narrative here. And so I think that's really powerful.
And so you have a history of working with professional athletes and obviously now collegiate athletes. What would you say are the fundamental differences in working with each kind of athlete?
You're asking me that or Ryan?
Yeah, Jim.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I think pro athletes are, to me, it has a little less to do with which status and more to do with their age. A 28-year-old pro athlete is going to do social media and influencing on social media completely different than an 18-year-old. 28-year-old's more likely to give up control of her social media to an agent or somebody else to post for them, whereas an 18-year-old wants to do it all herself. But then again, LeBron's, 36 and still holds his phone all the time, which is why it works for him, because it's genuine and authentic. And that's what I try to tell athletes all the time. But it's just harder with older pro athletes to get them to understand the power of doing it themselves. And one thing I do is I just ask them, I'll say, hey, DJ, pull out your phone and go to your settings app and do me a favor and look at the time you spent per day last week on your phone. And 7 hours and 54 minutes. You can't spend 40 of those minutes posting and telling your story proactively. Of course you can, right? And you are sitting on your phone looking at the feed of everybody else posting, but you're not a follower, you're a leader. Be a leader and put your story out there. And I think, Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, but you work with a ton of influencers, not just in sports, but outside of sports. And there is a unique aspect to athlete influencers versus non-athlete influencers, because non-athlete influencers had to work super hard to build their following, and they're a creator and they're creative and they know how to resonate with their audience. Athletes just get the followers almost for free if they're good, right? But athletic performance is not enough. You also got to take initiative with your brand.
Everything from branded content to just all content is emotive, whether it's funny, whether it's relatable, whether it's, tear jerker, whether it's quotes. Everyone has their kind of thing they have to do and they have to embody. If you do none of those things, you just kind of act as a voyeur of everybody else. Yeah, you may be great and get those hot college highlights, but no one's going to know what your story is, like you said. So, it is I think years ago, I think people now get it, but years ago they'd be like, oh, I can't pay this influencer, as any influencer, $10,000. Like they don't, they can't be worth that. I'm like, you don't realize what they've done to get here and what they're doing to keep it here. Like, it is a full-time job, whether you might be making more money than a doctor or a lawyer if you're a really good influencer, but you've also cracked the code to the top 1% of any sort of profession. You should get compensated accordingly.
So let's go a little bit younger. So recently, California passed legislation to allow high school athletes to be compensated for the NIL. Jim, what are you thinking about this? Do you see other states that are going to follow, and how will this impact the market?
Listen, we're in an interesting time right now, because when the NCAA is scared to set too many rules about something, you know that there are real antitrust liabilities that exist, right? I mean, so the NCAA, has 500,000 student athletes, 1,000 institutions between Division 1, 2, 3, and it is pretty hard, think about it, to build a rule that helps a student athlete at Ithaca College that's D3 and helps a student athlete at Alabama, right? Like, they're two different worlds, but yet a lot of NCAA rules govern all athletes. And so because of that big sample the NCAA is in charge of, it really limits, after losing the Alston case 9-0, what they can do now to set rules without it being looked at as limiting to the athlete. And that's why they haven't really set rules. And every school pretty much in America has different rules. There are some states that have laws, but even in those states, Florida and Miami have two different NIL regulations for their schools. So just realize that about college. It translates into the answer to your question at the high school level very well, because there really isn't as strong of a governing body nationally. There's the NFHS, but it's not the same. It hasn't historically been the same level of governance as the NCAA. What you have is state high school athletic associations that really govern the 4, 5, 7, 8, 900 schools in their state. And there's going to be a lot more opportunity faster for fragmentation, where some states have laws, some don't. But because of what's going on in college, athletes will just say, well, if we don't have rules that I'm not breaking, why not just do whatever is going to happen where I'm going to go next? Because I am going to play college ball, and just stay away from whatever the colleges I'm looking at say I can't do, so that I'm not ineligible. And it's just a lot of gray, and it's going to be like that probably for longer than we thought, because the federal government doesn't look to be setting anything or moving this any way anytime soon. I think they actually like the chaos of it all. So anyways, but that's the comparison, I think, from high school to college. And they do fit well together, because a college athlete doesn't want to mess up her eligibility to play, or a high school athlete doesn't want to mess up her eligibility to play college ball. So that has to be considered no matter what the high school rules are.
And where does influencer sit as in regards to this? Are you guys planning to go into the high school market, or are you kind of in a wait and see?
We're starting to go into the high school market, but more from an elite athletics level, right? So, you think about the big camps and AAU and those types of things are clear opportunities, because it's a chance to capture the user that we're going to capture anyways when they go to Duke to play basketball, or they go to Michigan to play football. So why not get into those areas now? But the difficulty is that, we are a system now with Influencer Verified to set the rules inside of your tech, communicate them through attestations that people have to check off on whenever they disclose a deal, and then disclose the deal. And so if they're going to allow NIL at high school, we're already working with D2 and D3. Going downstream makes a lot of sense for that system. But our content delivery system is a little different, because high school sports doesn't have the coverage by the media or even a staff internally shooting content that's anywhere close to the degree of a college. So that product's a little harder to scale for influencer. So, the verified product, though, if NIL is allowed, will be great.
And Ryan, let's share the influential perspective on this a bit. Obviously, we have Miara O'Neill, one of the O'Neill children, coming on today. She is currently in high school, and we've recently signed her. What is the perspective from Influential on high school athletes making this jump?
For us, it's all about step one: protect the creators. That the eligibility piece, the FTC compliance piece, the COPPA compliance piece, which is about having an audience below 13 years old, too much of that, kind of like discus compliance, which was alcohol based, which is like 21 plus. There's a bunch of different kind of ways to look at this from a pure compliance perspective. And then ultimately, yeah, assuming all those things are checked and we get all the, the approvals from people like Influencer and, our legal and everyone else and the states and the schools. It goes back to the brand. Does the brand basically want to go after, Gen Z, audiences in certain locations, and what is that content that's going to make sense, relevant? Is it a QSR? Is it after the big game going to, McDonald's or going to IHOP, or is it more about, a product they're using? Is it D2C companies talking about, we partner with people like Guthrie Ranker for Proactive. Like that's maybe a good fit for anyone from high school to college. So I think it's going to come back down to, once those things are checked and depending on per state and per location, is it makes sense? Is the brand integration fitting for? Because I think most brands want to put the dollars towards where the buying power is. Now Gen Z has become a big buying power group, but Gen Z and all these different, Gen Z, Gen X, Millennial, those are all kind of broad. So the 13 or 14-year-old actually have the buying power. They have to obviously get their parents most likely to buy things for them. That's going to be a question of, like, there's no automotive dollars for high schools. Like that's like, you're going to see, BMW putting money in for high school campaigns anytime soon. So it has to be the right audience, the right brand.
Gotcha. So Jim, in a recent Sports Illustrated article, you mentioned that in July, the average transaction on Influencer was $923, yet the median was $25. Have you seen things change in August, and how do you feel? Where will we be as the year goes along?
I think it's continuing to rise, and when we start playing games, I think you're going to continue to see that go up. The question is when Jalen Suggs makes the shot against UCLA, how easily does he capitalize on that shot now that NIL is a thing? And do his teammates also capture the value there? These moments that are going to start being made, they've been made every year in college sports, in the history of college sports, are now going to turn into really big capitalization opportunities. And it's just going to be interesting to see how athletes capitalize, but they will to an extent, and that will definitely raise both the average and hopefully the median. The other thing is there are, unfortunately, a lot of opportunities coming into the NIL world that devalue the athlete, and whether it's just stuff that's in-kind products that are very inexpensive, they're getting reported. And they have to get reported by the student athlete, and that brings down these numbers.
Interestingly, it brought about a question in my mind. This has the potential to be divisive and to divide locker rooms. How are schools and coaches going to be equipped to prepare for how to mediate these sorts of situations?
I get the question all the time. It's a good question. But at the end of the day, this is the same as everything else, right? Like some athletes are going to get all the playing time. Some athletes are going to get all the followers on social media. Some athletes are going to be the hero. And there's other athletes that really play a role in practice that makes those athletes great. It's just part of being on a team. And not everybody's going to get the limelight. Same thing with NIL. Does that suffice? No, there'll be group deals. And you're going to see more and more group deals where everybody on the team can win. And you're going to see more and more of the star players say, I want to do a group deal, just like Tom Brady. I mean, listen, the NFLPA has only had one guy ever not opt in, LeVar Arrington. The next year he opted in. So, there's always going to be the few players that bring all the value at the top into a group environment. But at the same time, they're still going to participate, and there's going to be value brought by the group. And it's going to allow the team, or all the teams in one conference, or all the schools in one state, et cetera, to be associated with a brand that sees value to those athletes and their audience. And that's where I think it can be a we thing and not a me thing.
Gotcha. Well, we're unfortunately just about out of time. But before we go, I want each of you guys to kind of give a bit of a closing statement, Let us know what you see in the future for NIL, respective to both of your companies. Ryan, go ahead.
Sure. I think the group deals is really smart. That's something that is being asked for by brands today, and will be much like the MLBPA and the NFLPA. All the things are going to be about getting those group deals and by region, by state, by school. Yeah, I think it's going to evolve alongside what's happening in the creator economy. Some of you that are in the audience have watched us with our partnership with TikTok, so that API integration. So you're going to see more and more dollars being spent on certain platforms, and then different mediums. So there is TikTok Live or Instagram Live or Facebook Live or YouTube Live. So how can they now, beyond just doing the branded content deals, have a direct presence with their audience through a live function, live shopping? Those are going to be elements of the piece. So just as the creator economy grows overall, they're going to be a massive benefactor, because every year or every 4 years, I guess, 100,000 plus new athletes will join and jump into the marketplace and will grow their following very quickly. So I think as those evolve, we see that happening, in the same vein as what's happening with all the other creators.
And Jim, let's give you the last word. What would you like to let this audience know about this new NIL space?
I think that it's we're 62 days, 63 days into a really long multi-decade marathon, and there's a lot of people feeling FOMO, from people who have always wanted to get into this space and want to start a business, or people who have started a business because they see dollar signs, or athletes who aren't getting deals and they see other athletes getting deals, or coaches missing out on recruits. It's okay. Like, this is a long game. This is a marathon. Remember, the tortoise beats the hare. So, just take your time in calculating where you can bring value or experience value, depending on who you are. I took some notes today, and I'm going to steal stuff from you, Ryan. But
I saw you doing that. I love it.
I love the grow and show ROI. I'm definitely going to use that. That's big, right? Like, how do we help athletes grow and show ROI with their brand? And then another thing I wrote down was your choice, your voice. Like, how do we help athletes understand that they do have the ability now to control the narrative and get their voice out there? And that's always been our MO at Influencer. So it's nothing new, but there's new ways to do it and new ways to help athletes experience value around it. And that's what we're focused on every day.
Well, gentlemen, this was a wonderful conversation. There's so much more to tap into. Ryan and I have been talking about it recently. I think we're going to make this a regular practice and do more of these events. Obviously, there's so much education, and it's such an ever evolving industry that, by the time we talk again, there's going to be all sorts of new regulations and things that are going to happen. So Jim, we definitely want to have you back on again in the near future. Thank you so much for joining us today.
I'll be back and would love to bring some athletes with me next time. Sounds great.
Yes, please. Thank you both so much.
Thanks, guys.
All right, guys. So that was a great conversation from my brother and Jim Cavale at Influencer. And we're going to move this thing right along. We have an awesome presentation coming up. This is, especially for you brand innovators folks, this is the conversation to be a part of. Obviously, this is the brand perspective of what's going on in the world of NIL. We have Ed Borelli, VP of Marketing at Planet Fitness. We have Nick Hasselberg, Director of Growth Marketing at Everyman Jack. We have Jim McCoy, Associate Vice President, Sports Marketing at Nationwide. And we have our amazing moderator, Sean Coyner, the COO of the Sporting News. How are we doing today, gentlemen?
Doing well. Thanks for having us.
Awesome. Yeah. Great to have you all aboard. I'll turn the controls over to you, Sean. Take it away.
How's everybody doing? I didn't have a chance to get up my background yet, so you're going to have to deal with the crown behind me, which we can discuss later.
Never have a problem with Biggie.
I figured as much. But, I just quickly to introduce myself, I oversee general operations for the Sporting News, which is a longstanding sports media publisher going back 135 years in the U.S. And now operating in many global markets. We have a long history covering college sports, as the Sporting News is one of the 5 official All-American award designees. But as Chris just alluded, this is Brand Innovators. This is Influential. And we're talking about how name, image, and likeness is changing the game for brands. So with that, I'm joined by three very interesting marketeers, three whose products that I can honestly say I've used or consumed. So that's a good start to it. Basically, you can go work out, you can smell fantastic when you leave, and you can be protected with insurance on your way home. So just as an intro, and you can use the sort of first intro question to sort of tell about what you do and how you have considered NIL. And Ed, I will start with you. Is name, image, and likeness something that you, your team had all prepared for? Had you been following it, and were you ready when it sort of dropped? So what's your perspective there?
Not at all as an answer, to be honest with you. I mean, I've been following it for a long time in my career as I worked with Nike and with New Era. And, they're all about influencers, they're all about the sports space overall. But, we've just been started engaging with sports teams, with colleges, signing deals with schools. So that's kind of where we are in the space right now. So NIL, obviously, it didn't come out of nowhere, but it was something that it's been in the space for a long time. And so we weren't prepared for this at all on our end. So.
And then, Nick, I'll go to you next. Is it something that you guys have been thinking about, or sort of with the acceleration that it dropped, how was you guys' preparation going into it?
Oh yeah, we've been planning for this for at least a couple of years now. So no.
Don't start with the lie.
No, we haven't. We work with, of course, we've known about it. We've got a bunch of athletes on the team, on our own team, but we were kind of following it along, and we definitely had some discussions. Ambassadorship is a huge part of this brand and the way that we market. And so when the time came that this ruling was passed down, we work with Influential, and they kind of let us know that things are going to rapidly change, and the gateways were open, and offered us an opportunity to just start working against it with an initial campaign. Luckily, it fit in really well with our promotional and our organic calendar. And we were lucky enough to be able to put the foot on the pedal.
And Jim?
Yeah, I would say we were educated on it, informed, but not prepared once it hit, given the timeline. But really our strategy probably was to be an early adopter, not to be out in front of it, and more of a fast follower. So we're looking at it, trying to figure out how it fits in our talent strategy moving forward.
Got it. So it's come up. It's now obviously, you see every single tweet or sort of sports media post talking about it. As you look into this new space, and it's coming quickly, what are some of the immediate challenges that you see from a brand perspective? Right. We just heard from the previous panel their perspective on influencing the influencers or working with that creative in the other direction. But from a brand, what's the sort of current limitations for you guys?
I mean, I think the biggest thing for me, and why, I'm in a wait and see mode with it, is their kids at the end of the day, right? You're talking about 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, that already are under a microscope being athletes and as high profile as they are. But then you layer in on top of that social media, owning those channels, being connected to large brands, and having money. There's a lot involved in that. There's a lot to navigate through that. And just like I can imagine how I was at 18, or how I could have been having money and being famous, it would have been a hot mess. So they're kids. And I think we need to all keep that in mind as we're moving into the space, and our responsibility to partner with them and to do it the right way. We need to be very cautious of that.
I agree with you, Edward. I think one of the immediate things that came to mind for us was schedules. We work with content creators all the time, and they they've done this before, and they know how long things take. And there's a somewhat predictable nature of here's where the brief comes, here's where we're going to review content, here's where we're going to need this next. These are athletes who have never done this before. Sure, they're used to a very regimented schedule as a student athlete, but when it comes to having this entire new thing come into play, it's a balancing act for them to be able to integrate it within their schedules. And we've felt that effect. And it's really no one's fault. It's just all of us trying to figure out how we work together and form and reform. I'd say another challenge that is going to be really interesting to tackle is just the idea of content creation in general. These are athletes, a lot of times when they're posting on their social feeds, it's professional photography or them doing something really cool on the field. It's not necessarily them like dealing with a brief from a brand and trying to think of interesting natural ways to integrate it within their lifestyle. So I think we're at the really early stages, and as there's a huge opportunity for education in terms of brands working with athletes and kind of holding their hands and empowering them to be able to be creative and think outside of the traditional boxes in which they've worked on content before.
Yeah, just echoing, 18-year-olds, aligning that to, a Fortune 100 brand, 100-year-old company. That's concerning. And just how we go about these partnerships and who's representing these players, are they going to fulfill the contractual commitments and some of the other things that you put out in front of them? So it is the Wild West out there, and just trying to as much structure that can be brought in the next number of months. It's going to change a lot, and I think get easier for brands like us to participate in that. But there's a lot of work to be done.
Jim, so dovetailing off that, I think about this through the prism of brand safety, right? You talked about being a top 100 brand, nationwide, something that's established versus, vis-a-vis, say, Planet Fitness, where you could be using athletes to drive foot traffic in, right? I work out here, that sort of nature, and that sort of juxtaposition of possibly local versus national brand. I'm imagining that you're going to have to be a bit more, scrutinous over who you may join up with that sort of national profile, and even the idea of insurance, right? And what that brand stands for.
Yeah, I think it's always, we've had a pretty good recipe of, tier one sports sponsorships with tier one media, and then talent spokespersons that we bring in to get the message out. And I think you got to have that, starts with the core alignment to the brand. You got to have that authentic connection with the talent that can deliver your products and services. And, the reality is, 18-year-olds aren't thinking about insurance and financial services and, as much as you want to do there. So I think it's finding the right, not yet. I mean, real quickly with, Quinn Ewers getting, $1.4 million yesterday. I mean, there's all kinds of opportunities to help there. So, but that's, you got to just balance all those elements as we're looking at what the right, local versus national. And I think, that leans into some of the exciting opportunities here. You can test and learn, with talent and working with some of these guys in a real targeted area against a targeted audience, because of the flexibility. So I think there are definitely some positives out of it as well.
For sure. And you talked about test and learn. And Nick, how are you looking to sort of dip your toe in this? Are they going to be, without necessarily giving away your marketing campaigns, but are they one-off type campaigns to sort of get a feel for what this looks like? Is it sort of the splash, maybe, because personal editorializing here? I think some brands are just getting the lift off of being associated with NIL right now, right? They're getting as much value of being in the tweet or the reporting on the fact that a deal was signed, more so than even the activation, right? So what do you think early on, given this to sort of come down like an avalanche, that approach is going to be?
I think it's really about working with the experts that know how to do it, right? And how, like Influential, and how, the key learnings they've had early on in this process and how they've perfected it along the way. That's going to be the key for a brand, brands to get involved and engage with these kids. There's some brands, it really depends, right? There's some brands that disrupt the brands, right? They're all about jumping both feet in and getting involved in things like this from the get-go, and their core consumers are the 18 to 24-year-olds, right? Yeah. So it seems very authentic, for them to do this, and it makes sense for them to jump right in. But most brands, I think they really need to step back a little bit, learn, work with great partners who know how to work with influencers like Influential, and do it the right way. It's very important, I think, for brands. But now it's a time to test. You're going to test it.
Yeah. I think in terms of our initial, there was a point made on the call earlier about buying power, and that just really resonated with me. I mean, even though we sell men's body wash, it does represent an upgrade to your to the category. And you're not always, though there's certainly values alignment with a given segment, sometimes there isn't necessarily the purchasing power or even the demand for certain people. I remember when I was in college, I wanted to spend the money that I had on Chipotle. And when I was 21, I wanted to spend it on beer. I didn't necessarily want to spend it on things that were good for me, or I didn't want to necessarily spend it all on personal care. I think that's changing though. When what we decided to do with our initial campaign, the jewel of wanting to be first to something like this was really enticing. At the same time, I'm always a really big fan of doing a proof of concept and not necessarily going super big on something I don't quite understand. And I don't think anyone really understands this. So we went into it with what I would say is a somewhat small dip, just to prove out things like engagement and to prove out cost per acquisition, whether or not we were getting traffic to our site. And I think we're still in this process. But in terms of what this could look like further on, this Jim, you had mentioned this. It's about figuring out what our strategy is and how really making sure that we're able to properly vet opportunities. Of course, we want to work with everyone, but we have to understand where that fits in within our general ambassador strategy.
Got it. Nick, not to call you out, but your phone going off during a panel reminds me of the brand safety we have to consider with influencers.
I guess I didn't read the email that you sent out earlier.
All good. So sort of combining one of the open questions from the Q&A with one I wanted to bring in, which is, the question here was, what do you look for when finding athlete influencers to partner with? Demographics, location, school reach. I would sort of generalize that to say, or take that, what is that going into it? But how will you evaluate in any of these partnerships coming out of it? Does it fit an existing framework of your typical marketing mix, or is this something that will be assessed unto itself? And I'll sort of leave that open.
I think it fits in our framework. I mean, you got to have a partner that's going to help you drive your objectives, and it just depends on what type of campaign you're working on. But it shouldn't change just because they're a little younger. I think the process of vetting, the beyond just background checks, their social content. Review and kind of what their interests and alignment to the company. So all that should still fit that similar format that we approach we take with any talent. Can they help us get to where we want to be? So I view it very similar to what we've done. Just it opens up a new audience and some new complexity with the school's involvement and competing sponsorships and sponsors and others in that space. So, but I think we'll take a similar approach.
Got it. Anybody else there?
Yeah, I think this falls within our wheelhouse, and it's just another type of a talent that we look at. We have, as I said before, ambassadorship is a really important part of this brand. It's part of the brand ethos, and it's part of our marketing strategy. And really, it's more of a question of is it going broad? Is it going deep? And we haven't made those decisions yet. So we're doing this initial campaign really just to test the water and get a baseline on performance and engagement metrics. And then from that, we'll come together and really figure out what the investment looks like for 22.
Yeah, and that point about it sort of fitting in, you know, we've opened this up. We've always been able, or brands have always been able to engage with, say, 18 to 22 year olds. They just haven't been college athletes, right? So it's just this whole pool of people are now there. Now they obviously fit a specific appeal and perhaps a greater appeal, while the typical maybe 18 to 22 year olds would have been local stars or big celebrities, right? We have some sort of continuum in the middle. And I think that part about, Nick, you said breadth, whether it's going wide or going deep. I think you see some of the arrangements, right? University of Miami, you know, you come here and you get a deal, right? Or Georgia Tech signing the entirety one, right? Or walk-ons getting their scholarship paid for, which is that sort of cast wide and sort of a general association. But I think on an individual level, it feels like it is sort of a nuance on something that really should have already existed, right? It's just, how do you engage with someone in this sort of age bracket, and what is their impact on our brand going to be? Is that the right way to think about that?
Yeah, I mean, for us, I think some of these, I forget the person's name who did that made that big splash in Miami. And I think about what Barstool did. You know, Barstool said, go ahead and post our name in your profile, and we'll give you $100 worth of swag. At 130,000 people, or 130,000 athletes do that. There's a lot of, I think they did a great job of going wide. But you know, there's brands that have different levels of brand awareness, and depending on that different brand awareness, they need to make calculated decisions on whether they have the budgets to support a go wide decision versus a go deep decision.
Mm-hmm. For us in particular, we're such a hyper local brand, right? You know, we're franchise driven. It's really tapping into what, you know, we feel, our franchisees feel, our partners feel on a local level makes the most sense for us. You know, I don't see, you know, us having a national partner who's a college kid, but I can see, you know, on a hyper local level, especially in college towns, right? We have clubs in Lafayette, Indiana, right? Where we could tap into a Purdue athlete and partner, you know. So for us, it really depends on the brand and what you're trying to achieve. So,
yeah, and that was a nice anticipation there. And I was going to say, because of the sort of franchise model of Planet Fitness, you know, the localized efforts in a smaller college town is, you know, likely going to be different than what Jim would do from a national level, right? And even obviously there's activations that can happen on local levels that sort of across all these different brands. To that point on activations, another question from the sort of Q&A. What are the pie in the sky opportunities from a brand perspective? Are there any ideal partnerships? I know this is probably hard to say, but is there maybe sort of post, you know, looking back at a partnership as to what you would want it to drive? Does anybody have any ideas about like what that success, an early success, may look like for either your brands or maybe a marketing brand in general?
Success for our organization would be achieving that baseline. We have budgets set aside for the amplification of our brand. We have budgets that are set aside for direct response. And so in trying to understand these athletes and in trying to understand their followership, it's going to be really interesting to see what influence means within a brand partnership. We know what their influence means as an athlete, but what does their endorsement amongst a young Gen Z audience actually mean when it comes to making that purchase decision? So that would be success for us, is achieving that baseline understanding. And I think depending on how that baseline goes, there's a number of different ways that we could pursue it. I would say though that, like, in my gut, I feel that there's such an opportunity to work with athletes to better empower them, and in terms of understanding their brand in a multifaceted sense, not just as an athlete, but really their worth in a number of different dimensions, and being able to properly assess all the different opportunities that come their way, the types of content that they can create. I think that the closer that we can get to athletes and not blanket with like big, broad opportunities, I think it's going to be better for us as a brand.
Yeah, it's all about tapping into these communities that these athletes are creating for themselves as part of their brand, and doing it with authenticity. You know, I'm blessed to work in an industry like ours, which is about wellness and inspiring people to work out and be, you know, their better selves. You know, so the pie in the sky for me is how can these athletes, the schools, you know, all together inspire people to be fit, you know, to work out, to better themselves. You know, that's the pie in the sky always. And that's what we're always trying to achieve. So I think, you know, it's not just about buying things, it's about inspiring, you know, kids at this level, you know, 18 to 22-year-old and what they're going through, you know. So that would be the pie in the sky, you know. So
yeah, I would use an example. So what we do with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award and working with a lot of players and influencers, that they get it. They see that it's good for both of us to work together to elevate the platform, to talk about, you know, the good things that they're doing in their community, and it makes a really well-rounded investment. So to try to teach these kids that, you know, see a little further out in front and how we can work together to, you know, help us, and, you know, help your school, I think, and that'll be the interesting, you know, evolution of this is these kids get more developed and you know, the ability to kind of have a win-win across the board.
yes, it's not just about selling things here, you know. I mean, what brands like ours are doing, it's about making the communities we're within better, you know. And can these kids be voices for that? And no matter what field or industry that we're in, you know, it's not just about selling things right now to kids, but we want to inspire them in a whole different way.
Yeah, so, I think Edward and Jim, you both made great points here, and I agree with you. I think one of the immediate things that we see with some of these early deals is that there's a fear of becoming known as the brand that worked with the athlete soon. Like, and so your brand is getting muddied with just kind of dollar signs, and it just looks like, hey, this is just a transaction. People are getting paid. And so the idea of emphasizing something larger, that's more community focused, that's more about empowerment, is going to be really, really important. Not only just to do good as a brand, but also just thinking about the optics of it that are kind of dominating in this very early stage.
Mm-hmm. In to the extent that you guys have had this conversation, or that you're understanding how these conversations are formalizing, what models are you using to have those engagements? Is it direct to player? Is it agent? Is it school as agent? What is sort of the entry point to having these conversations, other than saying influential, to sort of have these conversations in mass? Or is that sort of the wild, wild west as it starts right now?
I think it's the wild, wild west right now. But, you know, we have great partners with the universities we work with right now. For instance, Northwestern, where, you know, we're constantly talking to them about how can we evolve our partnerships? Is it directly with the athletes? Is it with the school in a certain way? I mean, we're having those conversations with our existing partners in the universities, but it's the wild, wild west right now. I mean, to be honest. So we're leaning on, like I said, people that know, have been in space. That I think is an important thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's all of the above, and you can tell, you know, those that are further along in the process, the bigger schools that are going to figure it out sooner will help on all levels to recruit the athletes, to get their folks, you know, more dollars coming in, and make it easier on brands and their partners to activate. So, but it is the wild, wild west right now, and there's all those different points of entry, which makes it really challenging as a brand marketer.
And going back to Nick, what you said about being sort of the, being wary of being a too early mover, maybe having a, whatever comes with that sort of association based on how it goes, remaining positive. Is there any particular deal that any of you have seen that you liked for whatever reason, or even on the emotional side? I keep coming back to the walk-on ones, which I enjoyed. We probably watched a couple of times. But is there any particular deal maybe from a brand perspective that has resonated, or too early to tell?
Yeah, I mean, I just mentioned the Barstool one. I thought that was really interesting, kind of a flex, but that's Barstool for you.
Of course.
I haven't really noticed any individual kind of like brand to player partnerships or activations that I haven't really taken note of one yet. So probably in the too early to tell camp.
Yeah, I'm the same. It's too early. That's why when I say wait and see, it's not wait and see that I don't see great potential in this and great opportunity. I just want to see, how it's done well, how it's not done well, and how does it make sense, for us to partner that way, and how do we fit in, so for me, I'm too early to tell.
Yeah, I just, there's been a couple examples that more just structurally how this is all playing out that is just pretty fascinating for me. The approach that Alabama has gone with their quarterback, and what he's done there, and then here locally in Columbus with Quinn Ewers, and totally leaving high school early and now making close to $2 million, and just the last panel was talking a little bit about the divide and what it's going to create in the locker room, amongst the players. And so it's a really interesting, dynamic, that schools are going to be dealing with, and then, how brands kind of, build off of that.
Mm-hmm. And then on top of all that, as Nick was saying, they're students. They have to go to school, it's a lot of complexities.
Yeah. And this touches on sort of all those previous comments, but I was just going to say, just teasing out those further gray areas. Yeah. Are there any other ones that sort of come up in those conversations? Obviously these athletes are students first. Yeah, that's me. I don't work for the NCAA, but they should be students first. They have, and as athletes though, they have rigorous schedules, right? Where, a college athlete schedule is intense, right? So, beyond the partnership with certain athletes, the social media, are there any other just like, I talked about brand safety, but it's just gray areas that, just continually would come up, I guess, and it may have come up again in dealing with 17 to 23-year-olds in general?
I was cracking up because my coach used to tell our team when we crossed over a bridge and went to the field that we were athletes, and then when we went over the bridge we were students. Right. I was just thinking, is there a third bridge for when you when you have to worry about your brand, or when you have to become a creator? It's just weird. There's definitely a lot of things for them to manage for their schedules. But the gray area for me is just access. Like I said, if you're working with an agency that understands how to work with content creators, it can be a fairly white glove service. Yeah. What you have to do as a brand is vet the authenticity. And if you're working with a really great agency like Influential, they understand your brand so well that typically it can be a very streamlined process. When the further that you're separated from these athletes that are so new and to this idea with NIL, I think that the struggle is making sure that you are creating a connection and you're creating a relationship that can be enduring. And it's not necessarily just a one-off, see you later, but that this is something that's actually going to build, and we're going to work together as a true partnership.
Yeah. Right. Yep. Like I said before, it's about the responsibility that we have, right? Partnering with kids. And Nick hit it on the head is, it's not just a push model where you're just, pushing information out there. They're not just talking about your brand. It's also a collaborative pull model where we have a responsibility to help these kids along the way, you know, to help them navigate working with a brand like ours, and how when they're out there and they're professional athletes, they're going to be better partners. You know, they're going to be ones bringing creative ideas to brands. They're going to be thinking about partnership in a whole different way. So, I mean, the gray area is, you know, it's a learning opportunity for us and for them, you know, and we need to help them along in this process, if that makes sense.
Yep. And then I was going to say, Nick, on one side, you're an athlete. On one side, you're a student. The entire time you're representing your name and likeness. That's how it would go now.
Yeah, there we go. Nice. Yeah.
You know, so has this sort of in your own organizations, has it created new budget conversations, changed strategies or anything like that? And then sort of as a secondary question for it, a little different, but I think it, you know, sort of relates to people who may be watching this. It's like, is there an expertise that's going to come with understanding name, image, and likeness, right? Is it something that even for people thinking about being marketers or marketeers, like, you know, just as a personal quip, I happened to start my career and going to one of the first 10 schools that was on Facebook. So in the first year working, I was an expert on social media, which really just meant I used it. Right? just timing, right? It just meant you were sort of, it just dovetailed. But as this, you know, for people who are being marketers or thinking about working in even those organizations, do you think that this will have its own sort of carve out organizationally and, you know, for individuals who want to be able to tackle it in the most strategic way possible?
I'll just say it's come up in conversations. You know, it's a story, right? So, you know, leadership from all parts of our business are asking what our opinion is, what our, you know, agency, Wasserman, what information. And what I've said is talent is an important part. Just, you know, like Nicholas said on influencers, and you know, we use talent in a lot of different ways, and I think it just widens the opportunities of who we can go, how diverse the group is, different life stages, different, you know, geographic areas. And so I think it's going to fit within that strategy. I wouldn't say new dollars are coming out because of it. I think it just will allow us to activate a slightly different way in certain areas.
Yeah, I see it being part of brands' overarching influencer strategy, you know, and then you segment it under that umbrella. But as that umbrella continues to grow, I do think there are going to be specialists within the influencer channel that work with NIL that specialize in this. So, but it'll be part of the overarching influencer strategy that brands have.
I mean, I agree with that totally. This is the first time that that brands have the access to a platform that's as scalable as it is. Professional athletes have been around for quite a while, and this is really the first time that we have the opportunity to partner with so many. And so I do think it does, for many organizations, depending on size, it will command you know, a couple, maybe a few new positions to be able to accommodate it and think about it, but it will be part of the overall influencer strategy.
So you're right. So I think if I gather that correctly from everybody, you know, 2-3 years from now, or even a year from now, things move so quickly these days, right? We've hit sort of a stage of normalization, and this is just a part of the mix that is in consideration of someone's influencer set or their activation set in that age category.
Yeah, especially given the need to establish the partnership and the need to educate. That maybe your classic influencer may not need. So I do think that it requires a level of resources to be able to maximize that partnership that maybe we as marketers are not quite used to because we've never encountered it before.
Got it. So I think we're coming up on our last minute. I haven't got the blinking lights warning, but I was trying to stay as on it. There's Chris popping up. just any, general, any final thought, anything I didn't ask that anybody wants to get off their chest, or, just any leaving thought as we finish up our panel.
My biggest thing is, like I said, this is something I've thought about for a long time, especially with the past brands that I worked with, is I'm happy for the kids. I mean, they are adults. They should own their image, their name, their likeness. I mean, and it's a great opportunity for them to get a head start, in this game. And it's an opportunity for them to have a great pipeline to work with brands like ours. Now everybody's going to be a professional athlete, right? That we're partnering with, and what great experience that they're going to gain from this. But I'm ecstatic and happy that they finally own that, So that's my biggest takeaway.
Yeah, I'm excited too. Admittedly, I wish it may have happened like 10 years ago. That would have been great for me. But I think that this redistribution of wealth is just really, it's fantastic. And I think I just think as brand marketers, we're just in such an awesome position to be able to do good and to partner and to learn.
And I think just to the sheer number of athletes that we're talking about, I think the innovation and creativity that you're going to see is going to be pretty remarkable. So I think that's the exciting thing to see on how, we get through football season into basketball season and other, how athletes and brands and schools are taking advantage of it.
Yeah. And just as my last point, I think, Jim, I would dovetail off of that. I think because you have an age group that is typically creating trends and are tastemakers, and this sort of, casting that wide to thousands and thousands of kids or young adults who will basically be empowered to figure out how to best influence their circles, their teammates, their towns, would be very, very interesting. And in fact, marketers will often get some free work out of it, some free ideation out of it, because it'll naturally emanate out of, what will become the thing, say 2 or 3 years from now. So I think that's all very interesting. So I appreciate everybody's time. Thanks to the folks at Brand Innovators and Influential for putting this on. And I apologize for the background, though I do love it at the same time. So
we love it. We love it.
John, thanks for moderating too. Nice meeting everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Chris, too.
Absolutely. Amen, guys. Great presentation. Nick, we love working with you already. Ed, Jim, Sean, I think it's just a matter of time till we're doing some stuff together. And again, we're going to do more of these. So we'd love to have you guys all back. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right. Moving right along, we've got another very, very exciting panel. We have my dear friend, David Cantor, President of Football, Executive Vice President, GSE Worldwide, Russ Spielman, President of Sports Marketing at GSE Worldwide, Mike Raymond, founder, Raymond Representation, and Amanda Kristovich, reporter, Front Office Sports, who will be moderating this fantastic session. Welcome, everybody.
I'm coming on. I'm just trying to figure out how to get this this background on. Russ, where's our NIL background, man? Oh,
there he is.
This is
David
amazing.
Cantor,
How did I
everybody.
pull this off?
So let me quickly, before I turn it over to Amanda, David Cantor is one of my best friends. Big congratulations.
I got dressed up, as did Russ.
Look at him. It's beautiful. Congratulations.
My head looks so weird on this
Let
green
me talk,
screen.
David. I'm congratulating you.
I'm sorry.
Some huge congratulations. David Cantor's company, DEC was just acquired. DEC Management was just acquired by GSE last week. He is now going to be working with Russ. Very exciting times. One of the leading NFL agents for many, many years. David's company is now being merged into GSE, which will now have an incredible football division. So congratulations to both of you. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Amanda, but just wanted to go ahead and say
Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining us, and thank you for having me as the moderator. So my name is Amanda. I am the full-time business of college sports reporter for Front Office Sports. I write a newsletter called FOS College. And as you can all imagine, I spend most of my time writing about NIL these days. So I'm really excited to speak with you all. I think where I would really like to start is I would love if we could just go around and the three of you could give us an indication of 2 months into NIL. What are some of the biggest takeaways from your perspective, from a sports marketing perspective? And maybe David, we can start with you.
Sorry, I'm out on this.
Someone made a great point in the previous panel, which is these kids are finally getting their due, right? They've waited, however many hundreds of years since the NCAA was founded. I don't know if my math is correct there, but they've been robbed. I remember Charlie Ward was a big Florida State quarterback. I think he won the Heisman Trophy, played in the NBA, believe it or not. And I remember there was like a Visa Charlie Ward Florida State Seminoles credit card and his jersey, and there was millions of dollars. And you just think about all of the players now finally having their rights, their names, their image, and the ability to monetize it with great companies like GSE, with Mike Raymond, with the previous panel. And so for me, it's just exciting having been a college athlete, not that I would ever have made $1 at Ithaca College. And there was no Instagram back then 100 years ago, but I think it's super important for these young men and women to capitalize on something. I said this in a previous panel, you're not going to ever see a woman softball player, or probably most women volleyball players or other sports, field hockey or whatever, really be able to monetize their talents on the field as athletes. And so for me, NIL is far more exciting for the sports that we don't know about. We all know basketball, baseball, some soccer, obviously, certainly football, but for the sports that maybe you don't know as much about, this is tremendously exciting. And so for me, that's the biggest takeaway, at least thus far.
Russ, let's go to you next.
Yeah, I think it's been really, liberating for everyone. I feel like that we've just sort of had the handcuffs on, and it allows you to just get fun and creative. And the players that we're working with are really game, and they're sponges, and they're coachable, and they're excited with this opportunity. And it's been really invigorating for us, a shot of adrenaline. And, for us as recruiters too, it's nice to get some incoming calls now and then. So there's a lot of people that were, I guess, caught a little flat-footed on this, and we were happy that we were ahead of this, and we're started working on this over a year ago. So we all anticipated this coming. So when the floodgates were open on July 1, we were prepared and excited about that. So far it's been great. And, we really like the men and women that we're working with, and we're excited to keep growing in this platform.
Yeah, guys, so I'll go now. First of all, appreciate you guys having me on here. It's awesome to be on here with Russ and David. And David, I gotta try and match your energy, because I love it when you got on the panel at the beginning.
You gotta get more coffee.
Yeah, no, for sure. But
get the background to work.
Appreciate everybody, and especially you, Amanda. Thank you so much. And just to touch on that, it's definitely been a super exciting thing for me. I'm somebody that just graduated, from UCF 2 years ago, and now I'm at University of Miami on law school. So I'm kind of like right in it. I see all these athletes every single day, and I'm starting to hear about some of the deals, this and that. And like David said, this is their dues. They've been waiting years and years for this, and we've been pushing it for such a long period of time. It's super exciting for someone like me. I'm somebody that loves the marketing side of the business, not just the representation side. And especially when it comes to social media, kind of being a little bit younger, I've always been a big fan of social media and growing that. So very exciting for me. And I'm definitely just, looking forward to, as it continues to grow every single year. And that's about it.
And I have several questions, I think, really for any and all of you. I think one of them, especially, from your perspective, working with the athletes, maybe what are some of the challenges that you've seen in the last couple of months, whether obviously this is what everyone is calling the Wild West. When it comes to working with agents in particular, there's been some confusion, and every state has its own law. Well, not all of them, right? And then schools have their own laws. So I would love to hear about some of the challenges that you faced and kind of how you're working through them with athletes.
I think it's probably a better question for Russ and Michael, but I will say this, as we were DEC and soon and literally less than a week ago becoming GSE, or maybe 10 days ago. I think the biggest challenge for me from the agency side is my sport, especially football, is already so corrupt. It's so reprehensible would be the best word to describe how high the corruption has gotten, and how widespread the corruption has gotten. Now you throw NIL to the mix. And I remember the first day of NIL, July 1st, I'm sitting here and I'm just watching Twitter and I'm seeing every deal, and every deal I'm like, it's complete bullshit. I don't know if I'm allowed to say bullshit, but now I've said it twice. And I'm like, yeah, sure. That agency got that deal, of course, for that player who no one's ever heard of. And so there's a tremendous component from a competitive standpoint of a lot of fraud and a lot of misrepresentation and a lot of agencies that are in essence paying the player to do things that aren't really real, but they'll pretend like they're real, and the player will get the money. And then you're hoping that 6 months or a year or 2 years, but now you can sign guys when they're practically out of the womb. You'll get your reimbursement, so to speak, based off of getting your 3% of your contract or what have you. And so at least for me, from a football standpoint, it's the elevation of the corruption to an even more extreme degree. But we've done an incredible job as GSE, not as DEC. As GSE, we've done an incredible job in really manufacturing real deals that aren't corrupt and aren't fake and aren't fraudulent. But I've seen a lot of stuff out there that I shake my head at and we kind of laugh at internally because it's so clearly, blatantly obvious.
There might be a coach or two stretching the truth a bit also to help their recruiting efforts. We don't need to name names. Sorry, Michael, I'll just jump in and then let you go. I think from our side, the only real challenges that we've faced so far is the whole, the regulation aspect. Again, we were ahead of this, and we got regulated in some of the states that you would expect to operate in. But suddenly July 1 hit, and it was musical chairs, and there were players coming that weren't prepared for this. And suddenly we were getting calls from random states that we may or may not have been certified in. So we're trying to do everything by the book. So the ramp up process of these random states getting certified is just, some of them took a little bit longer than expected. And we don't want to do anything to jeopardize anyone's eligibility. So those players, we're just sort of saying, look, we have to hold off right now. And part of that also is, dealing with compliance. They've been great and doing the best they can, but sometimes our pace, just from where we came from, is we get an opportunity, we call the client says yes or no. If they say yes, we move forward. This has been, we call the client's interested. Okay, then you got to deal with compliance and let them just go through their vetting process. And sometimes they have questions or concerns, legitimate or not, but they have questions and concerns that give pause. And suddenly our pace and our cadence just changes. So we just have to be, cognizant of that and make sure that we're allowing enough time for these deals to go through.
Yeah, no, Russ, you hit the nail on the head with that. I was actually going to say the same exact thing. I think the state regulation and the compliance departments have probably been the biggest struggle. Not to say that they haven't been great. We were a little bit ahead of the ball game as well, and wanted to get state certified in some of the states that we knew that we were going to be active within. But like Russ and David said, we work in representation. We work with athletes. Like we're always trying to move the ball. And it's very difficult when sometimes you're bringing deals to players or you're talking to players that you want to potentially sign. And it might take weeks and weeks to, talk to compliance departments, talk to the states and get regulated, et cetera, et cetera. So other than that, I think just educating and continue to educate all of the clients and the players that we talk to is the biggest thing. There was even players that I talked to that didn't even know about the state regulations and the athlete agent acts and that kind of stuff. And, you see marketing managers and friends of friends, starting to make deals for these guys where they can actually be violating, they can be really getting in trouble by doing this. And, they're just doing it anyways. And the thing is we're not seeing that regulation yet because it's still so new. But I think as the years go by, it'll start to change a little bit. But it's definitely the wild, wild west, which is the best. I hear a lot of people have said that in the previous panels. That's the best way to describe it.
To piggyback off of Michael, I think it's super important for people that are understanding the dynamic of this maybe for the first time. You have universities that have their own rules to the team, to the players, to the individuals related to what their reporting standards are. So for example, I represent Brant Keithy, who's playing tonight, University of Utah tight end. And one of the craziest components was I submitted, as I believe the regulations meant, my NIL documents and all of my deals to the director of football operations at Utah. And I got a phone call and I'm looking at it. I said, oh, University of Utah Athletic Department. I'm like, oh, here we go. I'm in trouble. And it was actually them calling me to compliment me because I was the only agent out of 17 guys that had signed NIL deals that actually did what the rules were from Kyle Whittingham, the head football coach. I had no idea. I just thought that that was the right ethical thing to do. So imagine, and Utah is obviously a smaller school, even though it's in the Pac-12, it's a small market. You're not going to do a ton of marketing nationally for Utah unless you're a high draft pick. Even if you're, my client's sister, who's the best volleyball player in the world, Danny Barton, she's not going to make millions of dollars, but if she plays overseas, maybe she will, and things like that. So when you think about the different universities, now you amplify that to a program that has so many great sports, so much talent, so many great young people that have huge Instagram followings or are really good at their sport or really good on the national scene. Those compliance departments can't handle it. Like I know this because I've dealt with compliance departments for 25 years as an agent. They might be a 3-person, maybe a 5-person operation. Now you've got NIL for softball, you've got NIL for volleyball, swimming, badminton, golf, tennis, racquetball. It's just literally, it's not only the Wild Wild West, but it's horrible for the programs because and I know if there was actually an investigation being done. It is people paying their friends and hiring their cousins to get them deals with the trash company that never actually will be a real deal. And everybody and their sister knows it's fake. Everybody and their sister knows it's not real, but the players don't care because they're making money for the first time ever. And God bless them for that.
Yeah. And to speak to a point you made earlier, just kind of how you mentioned it was a bit obvious what deals may be a bit sketchy or, with whether there's fraud, whether there may be a deal that could be taking advantage of an athlete. And not all athletes are going to have agents. Many of them will, especially obviously the ones that, are well known. But I would love if you could all just give some advice. If I were, which I am not, if I were a college athlete, what would you suggest that I look out for? If it's just me trying to figure out, people are DMing me, companies, like, what is your advice for that?
Yeah, I could touch on that. Just real quick, I'll just say number one is educate, right? Everybody should be learning just as much as the athletes should be learning. We should be learning every single day because it's new for us. Something that I've noticed that a lot of brands have been, I don't want to say taken advantage of, but I've noticed it a lot is like the usage and exclusivity rights in a lot of these deals. A lot of the athletes don't understand, when they sign a $350 deal for an Instagram post, that brand is throwing in a usage rights part where, they can use that for the next year or 2 years. And, that's money. That's money. Like you should be not only getting paid more, you should be trying to get it as low as possible. So, there's a lot of different things that I've noticed, but I think just being patient and really educating yourself, continuing to learn, kind of like what David said, is talking to the compliance departments, talking to your head coach, making sure that you're not doing anything you're not supposed to do. But the schools are still wondering what they should be doing, half the time. So, I have a player that was talking to his compliance department yesterday and they weren't even sure about what he should be doing with one of the deals. So it's like, we hear a lot of different things and it's definitely something that we're going to just continue to have to learn off.
We've been trying to look, the types of people that we've been signing, we're only signing them for the NIL period that we're allowed. Obviously, we're hoping that this relationship extends well beyond this period. But, the agreements last for the period. But our biggest advice is let's not do anything to cannibalize future opportunities. So to Michael's point, if people are coming in, they're giving you lowball offers, if it's going to be in a competitive category, don't bet against yourself. We think you're great. You're great. Let's do stuff. If it's a good deal, and it's a good deal knowing our experience and our perspective on where they might be at the next level, if it's a good deal now, then it's okay. If it's not, don't just take short money and bet against yourself, especially in these competitive categories. The QSRs seem to be really active and things, obviously memorabilia and trading cards. And you don't want to just do stuff that's going to shortchange yourself if you're really a pro prospect. So that's probably been our biggest piece of advice that we've been sharing.
I work with Russ, so whatever he said is exactly how we operate. But he's right. Making sure that the deal is just for the time frame that you're allowed to do it for. Someone asked a great question about going back to high school players and trying to sign those guys. It's hard enough to keep track of the future seniors and the 2,000 guys that are already in our sport and the ones that are marketable. So, for us, at least, in our organization, I would think that's probably a little bit more unrealistic. If you are going to go after a high school athlete, it's got to be someone who is a future Olympian, someone who is clearly the next LeBron, so to speak, or a first-round baseball prospect, or a five-star quarterback recruit that's going to go to a major college and be able to really be marketable across all of the brand and innovations that you can do with NIL.
Yeah, I mean, and sort of following this advice column, I guess. I mean, how should an athlete determine what the market rate is? This has been a big conversation in NIL. A lot of folks I've spoken with for stories have said, we don't know what the market is going to look like. We don't know what the rates are going to look like. But then on the other hand, some of them say, well, when it comes to social media endorsements, for example, we can take the market rate in just the influencer industry and try to calculate out, what you might expect. But, if you're an athlete, like, how do you know if you're getting a lowball offer?
It's a great question. I mean, that's why you have to hire, major companies, not just your mom and pop that have never done this before. Try to be with brands that have obviously, or marketing companies that have done thousands of deals, hundreds of thousands of deals, because at the end of the day, you're going to go with someone that's like, let's take the fast quarter instead of the slow dollar. And the slow dollar usually ends up equating to a lot more money, unfortunately. So it's hard. It's a very, very risk adverse type of thing with NIL, because you could go out and sell your autograph for $1 a signature on a trading card deal. And then you go in the second round next year, and that's no longer $1 because you've already sold it for $1. Now it's 50 cents. You just lost 50% of your money. And a lot of players don't understand that dynamic. The trading card companies do. They're sure going to take advantage of guys that have, and girls that have bad representation. And that's the business of business, right? Athletes don't have that focus. They don't have that time, that energy. There's no market research on this. We're 4 months in, 2 months in, we're nothing in. And so you don't know who got what. Plus, it's so scattered, as Michael said, where you've got a cousin that represents his sister, his brother's uncle's father, friend, the dog is involved with the marketing deal. You don't even know. And so, like, there's schools that, like Ohio State's a great example. They've got a local guy there that's crushing it. Name of his company, NIL Marketing. Like, brilliant. Holy cow. He's got 20 guys. He happens to be a friend of mine, but he doesn't know what's going on at Alabama. He's not national. He's, focused on his little private deals. And I'm sure that Ryan Day and the people at Ohio State really like him and trust Zach because he's a good dude and he's related to some of the players and he's done deals in the past, but he doesn't necessarily know what the marketplace is in New York or in LA. And I'm not trying to pick on him. I'm just using this as an example. A lot of this ends up being regional and you just can't really get a barometer on what the national numbers are. And then you go sport to sport, right? And as you go down from the bigger sports to the smaller sports, who knows what the dwindling returns are for those athletes. And it's almost like a big money grab where everybody's got to jump in and get as much as they can as quickly as possible.
Yep. Hey, I got nothing else to say. David hit it perfect. I mean, when I look at some of the local deals, I think that's kind of one of the things that is a little bit different than the social media deals. When I talk to athletes and try to break down deals for them, there's a lot of different metrics that you can use. Depends on what social platform they're doing the deal on. For example, an Instagram post compared to an Instagram story post is completely different. TikTok posts are different than YouTube posts. So there's all kinds of different platforms and different prices and ways that you can kind of measure that. I do think it's interesting to kind of look at the influencer space as a way to like kind of compare with athletes and their followings and that kind of thing. We work with influencers as well. So I've kind of seen that comparison. But no, David is absolutely right. I mean, he hit it right on the head. We're not, we can't pay attention to New York. We can't pay attention to California. This is 2 months in. So we don't know necessarily. There's no blueprint. There's no exact number. But yeah, having good representation is probably the easiest way to say it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So switching gears a little bit towards maybe kind of your expert opinions on the market itself. Obviously, I know that it's literally impossible to keep track of all of the deals. On July 1st, my social media colleagues tried to do an NIL tracker, and it was absolutely just unbelievable. I was quite a day, obviously. But I mean, is there maybe a type of company, whether it be like cereals or nail polish or, like some sort of brand that you haven't really seen jump into this space that you think, it might be beneficial for them to consider NIL?
We've been monitoring a lot of just let's say, because a lot of the NIL stuff happening right now has been football focused. Been looking at a lot of the NFL sponsors and their competitors, and it seems like for the most part, they're taking a wait and see approach. Haven't really seen too many of them get aggressive there. There has been a lot of, still national brands activating on a local basis, but it's just been different ones, not necessarily like official, formal, NFL sponsors. So that's been an interesting thing for us to monitor. But it's been, QSR has certainly been a very robust category, it seems like, and it's something that we're just trying to stay on top of. And then we have different players in different parts of the country. So there's, different companies that are more relevant in those markets.
Something that I'm excited to actually see is how esports starts to get involved with all the NIL players. I think that's going to be something that continues to evolve every single year. I haven't personally seen a specific esports company or a brand or a team get involved yet, but I do think that's going to happen. I'm sure like FaZe and 100 Thieves and those kind of big name teams are going to start trying to find ways to get involved. They had Bronny James as like a big ambassador for FaZe, and that's a huge thing. I did see Beats by Dre just did a deal today with Deion Sanders' son, so like that was pretty interesting to me. But yeah, other than that, I think another one that just kind of caught my eye is some of like the gyms, like the UFits. I know we just had Planet Fitness on, the YMCA's and those local health and fitness companies. I know they've been pretty active, but I'm just excited to kind of see as that continues to grow.
I think it's a great point. I think the companies that haven't jumped in maybe necessarily they don't have data, right? A lot of these companies are data-driven marketers and data-driven advertisers, and it's companies like Influential that can monitor this stuff and provide that information for them. That's what Chris and Ryan have done such an incredible job, really being, the innovators, not to just use brand innovators, but the innovators of an industry that really didn't exist 3, 4, 5, 7, 10 years ago. I remember when, you would see, so-and-so got $1 million for a post. Every person in the world's like, what? That's insanity. Now you're seeing that trickle down to an NFL player getting 5,000 or 10,000 or 50,000 for a post static or obviously in his story. And I think that that's part of the industry that is really untapped. And until companies, whether it's, a FaZe or a Facebook or some companies that really rely heavily on analytics like Google or other tech companies that really base all their advertising dollars on how many clicks or how many eyeballs are on a screen, you're not going to necessarily see those companies jump in right away. It's easy to say, hey, a local Ford dealer gave a kid a car to drive, right? He gave him the new Mustang. And of course, the kid takes pictures and he signs autographs. And after the game, the fans see him buy his car and maybe they get a pick, they get a signed football or something like that. That's a small regional deal. But until you're seeing real big 6-figure deals, I don't think you're going to see those big numbers until you have the analytics behind it and the data to show the people in the marketplace, this is where you really should be spending your money. You really should give a deal to Deion Sanders' son, for an example, as opposed to, an NFL player, Aaron Rodgers, right? There's more return on investment. You're going to have him for a longer period of time. He's got a broader career span. He's got more fans and friends and people that know him and that want to be a part of him. And you get to track him, right? If you get a veteran guy, a Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers, obviously they're the pinnacle of the sport, but they're also more expensive. They also have an expiration date on their career and their contract because they're probably not going to play for 5 or 10 more years. Although Tom Brady maybe plays for 20 more years. He might be around longer than all of us based on how he looks. But that's a different conversation for another day. So I think that that's exciting too, is you have to find the companies that, as Michael said, that are younger, that are unique, and that understand the dynamics of what you're doing with college athletes, right?
Absolutely. And I'd love to talk specifically about the the non-revenue sports, right? So outside of men's basketball and football. I spoke with someone the other day who sort of he said that he thinks that he would advise volleyball players or lacrosse players to look at different types of NIL opportunities than the quarterback of a Power 5 team. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that. Obviously, NIL is more than just brands, right? Like there's autograph signings, there's events, there's clinics, all these other opportunities. But I was just kind of wondering all of your thoughts on that and how you might advise the non-revenue sports athletes to take advantage of this.
Yeah, I think that unless they have a significant social following, I think the way to really go about that is aggregation. If they could sort of band together and offer volume, I think that's the way to play it with these companies. If they want to proactively sell themselves or vice versa, if I were a brand, I think that there's a lot of things that can be done utilizing the quarterback from a Power 5 program. And there's a lot of, depending what your good or service that you're trying to sell, your influence in that local market can easily be achieved through these non-major sports, I guess. And you could then, let's say, craft these partnerships in a more affordable basis, but you could aggregate and you can go out with just these mass offers. But I think it behooves these athletes to sort of band together and form their own little coalitions and say, hey, we have this critical mass now, because it's really hard for some of these big companies to even just manage tens, 20s, hundreds of contracts. So if the volleyball team just came together and said, here, we could do a deal for the entire volleyball team, I think that's a great way, and it is significantly impactful because they have a following locally and they have a following from wherever they came from initially. So I think that's the way or they could just band together with their friends or, find different, or the conference. There's a lot of ways to slice it up.
Yeah, I'll jump off what Russ just said because that's an excellent point. I think collaboration is probably the number one way. Your network is your net worth. That's like everyone says that. And when you're at a big D1 school, why not collaborate with other teammates? Why not collaborate with the team, your friends, your family, etc. Another thing of advice that I would give is community engagement. There's a lot of things that you could do locally. It's going to be hard for a boys and girls club to tell two volleyball players or two golfers that they can't come in and have an event with some young kids and try to inspire them. So I think getting involved with the charities and anywhere within the community like that would be a great way for some of those athletes. And then lastly, I would just say, really just keep trying to build on social media, right? You don't have to be a big YouTuber or a big TikTok star, but try Instagram, see what works best for you. TikTok is the best platform you can have because it's a free audience. You can just upload every single day. There's no cap on how many videos you can upload in a single day or a single week. And try to build your brand that way. And then, you could eventually start leading into those, those social media sponsorships that way as well.
I think that's a great point, Michael, but you have to remember, you've still got to be an athlete first, right? You still got to produce and perform at your sport. And It's really hard. I remember I was recruiting a player who just got cut in the NFL yesterday and signed to a practice squad. I saw that today. And to piggyback off of the TikTok thing, he's world famous on TikTok. Everybody loves him. Everybody follows him. And he never really capitalized on it. He never really made any money from it. And I remember having my meeting with him. And I said to him, obviously it was prior to NIL because he was in the draft this past year. And I remember saying to him, and I didn't get him as a client, I said, how much time do you have to spend coming up with the ideas, the concepts? You've run a business basically separate than you're being a college athlete. And when he didn't get drafted, one, I kind of looked at my checkbook and I was like, phew. And then two, far more dramatically, I saw him get released and I saw his TikTok count drop, right? I saw that he's not posting as much. And so maybe there becomes the realization, do you want to be NIL, social media, Insta famous, or do you want to be a pro athlete? Like there's a huge toss up there. And the toss up is that the ones that are really good at social media, and I don't follow a ton of them. I don't have TikTok. I'm sorry. My children do, and I despise it, but that's a conversation for another day. Sorry, TikTok. We'd still love to do deals with you and take all your money. but that's a different conversation for another day. My kids love it. I don't. It's a different generation, right? I'm a father of 3 boys who like to watch TikTok and are obsessed with it and know the stars and the celebrities. Me, I started Twitter. Twitter was my big thing. I remember Darren Ravel is a good friend of mine, told me, hey, Twitter, this is it. This is where you need to be. So I spent time, and I was very controversial, and I still am sometimes, although I've toned it down now that I've gone to the corporate world of Russ Spielman. But I remember literally when Instagram first started, I couldn't get behind it. I didn't understand it. I didn't like it. It wasn't Twitter, right? And then TikTok started, and I didn't like it. I didn't get behind it. There's a lot of work in social media, and it's a full-time job for the ones that are really good at it, whether it's the angles that they take their photos from, where they pretend like they are, the fake airplane with the scene with the window to pretend like you're flying on a private jet to Dubai, or you're doing something with a football and kicking it against a goalpost, or the crazy basketball stunts. There's an amazing kid that like lives on a farm and he plays basketball like in cowboy boots, and he's got all these wood contraptions that he makes and weights with like sandbags and stuff. I've watched him. He's freaking awesome. Like, I love that kid. He's amazing because he's creative and he's literally living on a farm, and he became an Instagram star. So it's the idea of what's the toss up. Do you want to be NIL rich or do you want to be athlete rich? Because athlete rich is a significantly different money, and you're going to make a lot more money as a pro athlete in the major sports in America or internationally than you probably are doing licensing and marketing deals.
Yeah, and speaking of banding together, something in the space that is definitely going to be getting bigger and bigger is group licensing. And obviously, something that I've followed is how, or I've learned recently is how in the pros, there are unions that negotiate group licensing deals. Obviously, there's no union in the NCAA for several reasons that we don't have to get into today. But some of the schools have tried to create sort of school-specific group licensing deals to create jerseys or things like that. I know also there's a company, I think One Team Partners, they claim that they want to be like a group licensing, they want to be the group licensing gurus. And I was wondering, what direction you all think that group licensing could or should go in college sports, because there's just such a market for that sort of thing. And obviously everyone wants their video games back. So.
I mean, I think there's most definitely a market for this. It's sort of touching on what I was saying with the aggregation. I think that One Team's great. They've done a good job with a lot of the unions. So I think they would be great candidates for this. And I think it is important for the peripheral sports and the peripheral players. But I grew up in this business, at ISI with the quarterback club. And that's something that, it's hard because we always wanted to market the most marketable players. So I understand that the stars have to help the less than stars for trying to be as politically correct as you can. But same sense, you can't sacrifice everything just to help the greater good, so we're still in a meritocracy around here. And I think that it's important for them to participate and to help and find ways to bring these groups together, if anything, just to get more business for everybody. However, the elite need to still be able to opt out or just get their own separate deals. And that's what, the quarterback club that I, again, grew up in did so well. They participated, but they also had their carve outs too. Because look, if we don't do that, then we're back to, then what is the point of NIL?
I think it would be fascinating to see the top 10 quarterbacks in the country in college band together, or the top 3 point guards from 3 different programs. I don't know college basketball like you do, Michael, but the biggest celebrities in their sport that play team sports really band together to kind of elevate everybody else. But this, Russ, it took one guy to have that vision, and it was extremely controversial. I remember the LA Gear deal. You guys got a tremendous amount of flack for it, especially for those of us that have been in the industry long enough to remember when that deal first came about with the quarterback club. And so the idea that you could do that and replicate that on a national level with NIL is genius. We should probably do that at GSE and start pitching it to the individuals, because there really is a tremendous power in being able to sign one contract and present to the company 20 different athletes who are all pinnacles of their sport, so to speak. And so I think that you gave away the farm a little bit there, Russ, in our branding strategy for how we're going forward. As of 3:33, whenever this Zoom is over, we'll be on a conference call with Ian and Ness having this discussion immediately. But no, I think it's a really good point that if you could actually do that, you'll have such power and influence that brands won't be able to turn away from you because they won't be able to go anywhere else. And then hopefully it will, in essence, elevate the guard or the center or the defensive tackle who nobody knows or cares about. No offense to the guards, centers, and defensive tackles. I still want to be your agent.
I'll just say something real quick. I'm no expert on group licensing, but I love what David just said. The brands won't be able to shy away from, the 3 best point guards in college basketball. But like Russ said, you want to have the star players and then, they can be involved. And then they also have the carve outs where they can go and do their own thing. I think that's super important going forward. But I agree 100%.
Well, we're coming up on time. So Chris, I will turn it back to you, but I just wanted to give an opportunity if anyone has any closing thoughts, I'll turn it over. I don't know if Michael, you want to start this time and then we can go to Russ and David, but thanks for having me. Yeah, no, just thank you to everybody. This has been pretty exciting. I'm glad that I got to get on with all you guys. And, I definitely think NIL is not going anywhere. This is something new for everybody, and it's definitely going to be, an exciting marketplace. I'm excited for the relationship aspect of everything, building relationships with guys in college and, being able to talk to them a little bit earlier than usual is fun and exciting all in one. So, yeah, I'm just excited for the journey. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for including me. I'm usually the youngest old guy in the room. I'm usually pretty tech savvy, so I apologize that I couldn't get my virtual background to work. So I apologize. I really tried. I don't know.
All good.
But thank you. This was great, and I really appreciate it. It's a really exciting time for our industry, and we're excited to be a part of it, and really excited to have David with us.
I'm just happy that I got the background to work because my gym equipment is about 4 feet behind me, and I didn't want you to see what dumbbells I was going to do later on today. So, but no, thank you so much, Chris, for having me, and obviously for putting this together. Brand innovators and obviously influential. You guys are at the forefront of what is the biggest, most explosive thing to happen in sports in this country, probably in 50 to 100 years, if not ever. And I'm looking forward to doing these again. And Michael, it's great meeting you. Amanda, I appreciate your questions. They were fantastic. And everybody's feedback was awesome. We answered some questions in the chat. And I look forward to doing this again.
Thank you guys so much. That was an amazing session. Amanda, great work moderating. Love to hear the perspective of agents in the sport. Obviously, like David said, this is an exciting time and we're all going to benefit for it. David, you're a legend. The people in the background were all dying at your quotes. That's a story for another day.
Hopefully somebody transcribed all of them because 75% of the stuff I said, I don't remember what I said.
Well, the good news is that
thank God for coffee.
Yes, the good news is this lives on YouTube afterwards, so I'll be sure to send you guys all the links so you can share it with everybody.
All right, we'll get to the real talented people because you've got athletes coming up next. Let us bums go to work.
I will say one thing. Stay tuned because 2 of those athletes are our guys, so I'll definitely say stay tuned.
There you go.
Yeah, very exciting. Yes, about to get to the marquee panel.
Well,
thank you guys again.
There, go Gators, and Michael, I went to the University of Miami School of Law, so you're in a good place, brother.
I'll see you. Yeah, no, appreciate that. Thank you, man. We'll meet soon for sure.
Absolutely. Take care, guys.
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks so much, guys.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right. So we are down to our second to last panel of the day. As David said, we are getting to the star-studded portion of our day. We have some tremendous collegiate athletes coming to join us. We've heard so many other perspectives today. Right now, we are going to hear it from the horse's mouth. We're going to hear it from the athletes themselves. I'm super excited to introduce Rachel Bauman, gymnast at Georgia Women's Gymnastics, Brevin Galloway, basketball player at Boston College men's basketball, Colin Castleton, basketball player at Florida men's basketball. He's going to be joining us probably a little bit late but we're going to kick the party off anyway. And then we are super excited to have the amazing Christine Leahy, host, sports commentator, and producer. Hey guys, how's everybody doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
Doing well. Christine, you're still on mute and no video.
I'm coming. I am trying to change the background here.
Don't worry about the background.
Oh, don't worry about it? Okay.
Nah, it's not a big deal.
It's funny. I can actually...
You'd actually be the outlier. Nobody else has it on either.
Oh, all right. So. Well, then we will forget about that. And I will show myself. Hold on. Hello.
There she is. Welcome to the show, Christine. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing great. I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Do you want me to introduce everybody, or has everyone been introduced?
Everyone's been introduced. You can hop in from here and just say hello to everybody and go ahead into the questions. Thanks so much.
I immediately see the BC logo and I went to BU, so I'm going to try not to hold that against you, Brevin.
It'll be fine. I just got here too, so no hard feelings.
So you don't even know about the BU BC rivalry yet?
No, I have no idea. I just know they got Raising Cane's right beside it, so
they do.
That's what I eat at.
I used to live right next to Raising Cane's. Well, actually, no, they built it right after I left school, so I'm kind of jealous that you guys have that.
Yeah, it's definitely a perk.
Is that someone that you want to do a deal with, Raising Cane's?
Hey, the chicken tenders are good now and toast, so it doesn't matter to me.
They are. Rachel, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. I'm excited for you guys. This is all very cool. And I've learned a little bit about both of you guys, but I'm really curious as athletes, as you guys were kind of watching this whole thing unfold, and there was news that it could become a thing that you could start to make money from doing deals. How much were you paying attention to it?
I can go first.
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, I probably wasn't paying that much attention to it because, like most people, I believe that it only affects mostly football, basketball, those sports. So it wasn't really in the forefront of my mind. It was kind of just like, oh yeah, that's happening, whatever. And then once it passed, some big athletes, not necessarily big in their sport, but they rose up with NIL, like Livy Dunn at LSU. That kind of opened my eyes and see like, hey, I actually could probably get involved in this and do something with it.
Yeah, I want to actually ask you a question about that in a second. But Brevin, were you paying attention to it the whole time, or same kind of thing as Rachel?
No, definitely. Since I talk about it, I believe I started paying attention to it last January. So I kind of was excited about it. Hopefully for my senior year, I'll be able to get some free food, free gear or something. So I kind of started making steps towards it. I didn't think it would actually finalize or actually come true, but I definitely was paying attention to it.
Now, did you have people reaching out to you right away to offer their help, or did you have to go and find someone to help you?
Well, I had a couple guys, because my brother is a football player at Clemson, Braden Galloway, big time social media person. Him and his girlfriend are famous on TikTok and et cetera. So obviously from him, I just learned a lot from him in terms of, who to trust, who not to trust. So a lot of people hit me up, but I kind of had to just push them to the side just because of, I asked him a whole bunch of questions and trying to see, his insight on it and stuff like that. So, I mean, people hit me up, but I had to deny a lot of them just because I feel like they didn't have my best interest, or, I didn't click with them the way I wanted to. So.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions about that also. Rachel, for you, I saw, so you have a deal with the Braves, and you got that because you saw them post something on Instagram and you commented, and that's how it kind of took place, right?
Pretty much. Yeah. I mean, y'all probably saw the post that was like, hey, we're looking for college athletes. And I was like, oh, that'd be kind of cool. So I was just like, I'll comment, see what happens. And then a month later, they contacted me back and were like, hey, would you like to actually do it? And I was like, yes, I would. It was crazy.
Yeah, because you were just saying you didn't think that it would necessarily affect sports other than big time basketball and football. So were you surprised to see that, hey, it could work for you too as a gymnast?
Absolutely. I mean, people have shown already that not just football and basketball are the main sports that can get these NIL deals. Other sports like women's sports and college athletes, like they can get these deals too. And I think that, especially getting the braids, it made me realize that is even more true.
Yeah. Brevin, you made a really good point that you guys have to do so much more now. You have to think about like paying taxes, right? On getting deals like this, or how to facilitate your different deals. Are there people helping you with that at school? Is the school kind of saying, here, we're going to teach you and coach you now about this new NIL stuff, or you're completely on your own and you have to, Brevin, like you said, like, how do you know that you need to even ask the questions to the people who want to represent you to make sure that they're a good fit?
Well, I think from my experiences, I've had a lot of communication with compliance here and at my old school in Charleston. So moving with that, I kind of just knew I had to just be on my P's and Q's whenever it came to moving a certain way and being, make sure I'm doing everything the right way, because I don't want to get caught up. Because obviously now we had a meeting the other day about it, and we're not just dealing with compliance anymore. We're dealing with, the FBI and, actually serious people. So we got to make sure that we're on our P's and Q's whenever it comes to that. So yeah. So, I mean, they're starting to do a little bit more here as I guess it gets more popular, because I think a lot of people around here are starting to get more deals and stuff like that as we go along. So at first, like in the summer, whenever it first passed, really didn't have that much information on it. But, as time goes on, we're starting to get more information on it, starting to meeting about it more.
Rachel, are they helping you guys there?
Yeah. So there's a lot of rules they explained. In the summer, we had some sessions all the athletes had to attend. It was with this company we partnered, Altius. So they taught us like all the Georgia and NCAA rules that we need to follow, tips on like building your brand image and who to trust and all that. We had like, I think 8 sessions, and they were very helpful. But overall, like UGA can't do much more than that without advising us to get an NIL. So
right. That's clutch right there. I wish we had something like that.
Oh, you guys didn't have any sort of summit or any sort of education on it?
Say it again. Are you talking to me?
Yeah, sorry, Brevin, you.
My fault. Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
So you guys didn't well, I know you kind of transferred. So you didn't have any sort of education or help in like branding yourself or how to handle all the different rules?
Nah, everything I did has been on my own. I haven't had any help from day one in terms of, from a school or anything like that. Kind of just been talking to people and kind of just people within my network, just kind of helping me out, giving me tips and clues like that, but nothing from like a school or anything like that, or an organization.
I know one of the things that I feel like is a course they should teach in college, but they don't, is how to manage money and how to pay taxes and do things like just being a regular adult. Like I've never used calculus, but those classes
exactly.
Are helpful. But for you guys, are they changing things at all? Or how do you even know now what to do? It sounds like, Rachel, maybe you have had some guidance, but Brevin, are you just relying on, luckily, that you had a network already in place?
Yeah, and I feel like I just signed with one of the guys that was on here in the last panel. So he's going to help me out a lot going forward. I feel like I got a good group around me now that's going to teach me the ins and outs of things and, the smart ways to go about things. So I'm excited now for it. I feel like I'm a lot more confident in what's going to happen in the next 7 months than I was 2 months ago, just because I feel like I've built a team up from the ground that I can really, really trust and get along with well.
What are your coaches saying about all of this? Obviously, the school has to say one thing, but in the locker room, behind closed doors, what do the coaches say?
Well, speaking from my experiences, our coaches is loving it. Because obviously he wants to see everybody win. He wants everybody to be, he feels like players should have been getting paid for a minute now. So obviously to see it come true is obviously good for him, but it's not as easy as people think. Like getting paid everybody is not getting paid. That's the sad thing. And that's the thing I wish was kind of easier to manage, I guess, because I feel like some people have a upper hand than others when it comes to it. But yeah, I mean, he's happy to see everybody getting paid and getting some kind of deal out of it.
Rachel, what about for you?
I mean, with my coaches, because of the state rules in Georgia, they can't really talk to us much about it. So, I mean, I get comments here and there, like, congrats on the Braves deal. That was really exciting. And, but I do talk to like compliance and stuff a little bit about it. It's just, we keep it very mostly out of the gym because of the rules.
Right. Brevin,
Yeah.
what you said, you wish everybody could have the same kind of deals and everyone could be making money from this. But I think there's something to be said about if you have a big social media presence, you're probably more likely to get these kind of deals. I'm curious in the locker rooms if one athlete or a couple athletes, maybe even if they're not the best guys on the team or the best women on the team, and they have these deals and they're making a lot of money, how that affects the locker room dynamics.
I don't think, well, I know here, I don't feel like there will be like any envy or any jealousy or something or nothing like that. I think the relationship that I have with my guys is a lot deeper than just money and material things. So I feel like whenever I do like the deals that I've signed or the videos that I've made or whatever, like they're congratulating me, showing love, not like hating or anything like that, because I think they know how it is at the end of the day. You kind of have to have that social media presence in order to get certain things or to bring attention to you. So that's kind of just how it is over here.
Rachel?
I mean, for my team, we're very close too. We bring each other up. They've congratulated me on everything I've done, and I also try to help them and see if I have any contacts I can give to them to help them get NIL deals too.
Yeah, do you guys almost kind of work with your teammates and think about maybe doing group deals?
I've thought about it. I don't think we haven't done anything yet, but yeah, I'd definitely be interested in doing that. And so we talk about it.
Brevin?
Yeah, we've talked about it, but it's just like my personality is a lot more outgoing and I'm just kind of like just out there. And so like a lot of the guys on the team are more conservative and just kind of to themselves. So it's kind of like I kind of gotta do this on my own type thing. So that's the position I'm in.
So because your personality is out there, do you find that your teammates are okay with it? Or do you sense, I don't want to say jealousy because obviously you can't say that's going to mess up the team, but like, do you find that guys are looking at you like, wait a minute, you're kind of advancing yourself over the team? How does that work?
I don't think anybody thinks of it like with that kind of mindset that I'm like advancing over, like just I'm better than anybody else. I don't think anybody thinks of it like that.
Yeah.
They kind of just know, like I kind of came in like to BC as kind of like a social media figure from like my Instagram and stuff like that. So like whenever I got here, I guess I wouldn't say it was kind of expected, but they kind of just expected it like that I would be like the one getting deals and stuff like that and the attention. So I kind of just came with it. It wasn't like it came out of the blue. It kind of was expected, I guess you could say, in terms of like how they viewed it.
Do they ask you for tips on how to have a better social media presence?
Definitely. I definitely spoke about the quality of pictures for sure. I said, you got to have some good quality pictures on the gram now.
That's the tip. What makes a good quality picture for you?
I don't know. I mean, it's all about the cameraman. I got a couple camera guys that I work with and they kind of just hook me up and stuff, but I can't really say it because I feel like for males and females, it's different.
Oh.
I feel like as a male, I kind of have to be a little bit more conscious of it, if that makes sense, like of how I represent myself.
How to explain that?
All right. So for example,
Rachel,
like I feel
your
like
face is exactly what my face is. What?
No. It's nothing bad at all. It's nothing bad at all. It's just that I feel like as an African American male, I feel like I kind of have to be not more professional, but I kind of just have to hold myself to a higher standard in terms of like where I come from and stuff like that. I kind of can't be kind of engaged with that kind of audience or that kind of target for what I'm trying to do in the future, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you have to be really conscious of your brand. And now we know anything you say or do anywhere on social media can be taken a different way. I mean, in college, I couldn't even imagine taking on that kind of pressure, let alone adding that to being a student athlete. Rachel, do you feel that too, that kind of pressure to make sure you're a very curated presence?
I mean, we've always had like a standard of the team to make sure our social media is almost, I don't want to say acceptable, but what you want it to be and what you think is good to show the world. So nothing that you wouldn't want like your grandparents to see or something, but I've always been but like pretty into social media and look in my posts. So especially with this Braves deal, like I like to keep my content to me. Like I don't want to change myself with any deals. So I keep my content what I usually post, because I've already posted a picture of the Braves game before. So it's just something I usually do, you know.
It's on brand for you. Yeah. Brevin, you said you got like 40 to 50 DMs from companies that wanted to work with you. How do you choose which ones you will work with and which ones you won't?
So that was a tough question for me, and especially coming, first when the deal first signed, or not deal first signed, but whenever everything first signed, it was just about like which one actually was, and it's not even a cocky way, but which one was actually worth my time, or like financially and just like in general of what they were asking for, because a lot of people were asking for something and then not giving what my agent thought was the accurate amount. So obviously if he couldn't negotiate the right deal, then obviously that was going to be denied. So that's kind of what it was going for. Obviously I wanted to work with everybody because I was happy to get the DMs, and obviously the dollar signs look good, but at the same time, it's just like, it's not worth it. And then you also can't be affiliated with every single company that DMs you. You're going to have to say no to people eventually, just because eventually you're going to cross paths with two different companies that may end up wanting the same thing. And then you can't work with one because you just worked with one previously. So you got to keep that in mind too, whenever you go about it.
Don't say any names here of companies, but have you had situations, or are you predicting having situations where a company will want to work with you and it doesn't kind of agree with what your brand is?
You talking about my personal brand?
Yeah. Or just kind of like you were saying earlier, you have kind of an image that you want to portray and you want to stay true to yourself. So could you see a situation, or have you had a situation where you felt like it wasn't in your best long-term interest to work with a brand?
No, definitely. I definitely have. And like, especially what Rachel said, I'm big on keeping my content the same. Like, I don't want to post 10, 11 basketball pictures or outfit pictures and then do something random at a zoo or something like that. Like, I just wouldn't want to do that. Or like, I would have to do something that I actually want to do. So that's definitely been something that I've had a problem with, just because I wanted to be something that I actually want to do.
Right. And like, Rachel, do you feel like your followers will sense kind of that it's inauthentic if you're posting a bunch of stuff and then all of a sudden like you're at a zoo?
Yeah. I mean, so the ads or partnerships that I'm looking to deal with is, I just want my content to stay the same. So like, my followers might not even know it's an ad. Like I posted for the Braves, it was just another post for me. And it's just exactly what I feel is consistent with what I continually post.
Yeah, I work with brands too sometimes. And I know when they get really specific about the things that they want in a post, where it kind of makes it impossible to even be yours. And it's so clearly an ad that they've decided what to do. It stands out. And I feel like my followers are kind of, they flip next, or they don't really pay attention to it because they can tell that it was paid for. Brevin, yeah, you guys are both nodding, so you get it. And it's better for the brands to kind of let you have some freedom, real freedom in how you're posting, right?
Yeah, I like that, because I feel like I don't like going by scripts, just because I feel like, just like you said, like my followers will definitely know, like if I post something and I normally get around like 15,000 likes, if I post an ad, probably 4,000. It's just not going to happen, just because they know it's fake. They know it's not what I normally would post. So they just kind of just skim over it like it's nothing.
Yeah, they can tell it was paid, and that you're probably not really feeling authentic about it. I had a brand that told me like specifically 10 different slides that I had to post and what to say on each one, and it didn't do very well. And then something I'll post organically, one post will get tons of swipe ups on that. So that's definitely something. There's critics of NIL will say that when these athletes can make money in college, they're more likely to bolt and leave the program or leave school and college athletics early because they're making money. Do you guys agree with that?
I don't, because if I had 4 years of this, I would stay.
Okay.
Just because of all the perks of it. Like, obviously, as a college athlete, that's a very, very valuable time in your life, I feel like, for me, because I've been in college. This is my 6th year. So if I was able to do this for 6 years straight, first of all, the money would be crazy. And then secondly, you would just be able to make so many networks and connections with other brands and, people that you may want to work with in the future. So like, I don't see why people would, obviously the money is like a different thing, but for me, I really I really value the time that I've spent in college trying to meet other people and just be, just be a college athlete. I feel like that experience is a once in a lifetime.
Rachel?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it's not just about the money especially in gymnastics. There's no pro gymnastics after college. So these 4 years are all you have. And you get connections, especially with NIL. You get life experiences. You get to learn about more business aspects because we don't really have the time to do like internships in the summer because we're usually training year round. So this NIL actually helped me get to know like more business side of it. And it's kind of somewhat internship type thing.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Does this kind of affect how you both look at possible careers after college?
Yeah, I mean, with the Braves too, like this is a lot of like social media and stuff that you have to post. So I'm an MIS major and I wanted to do business analytics, but I'm kind of leaning towards more sports marketing now because I just enjoy it so much. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely did that same thing for me because obviously I want to play basketball professionally, but I've started to really take a deep dive into what I want to do after the fact. So I'm trying to do some type of either sports broadcasting or, just trying to find some kind of other thing, whether it be influencer stuff or, sports broadcasting, sports marketing, anything in that kind of area. I've definitely opened my eyes to it. And, the people that I've met from it seem like great, genuine people. So I feel like that's a field that I would like to be in.
Yeah, I've definitely seen when athletes retire or they're done with their sport, it is a very, very hard transition if they haven't kind of thought about what they're going to do afterwards. So you guys kind of have a leg up and so you can fall back on. Do you, a lot of the most successful athletes, they don't spend their money that they make on the court or on the field or wherever they're doing, they spend their endorsement money. Have you guys both paid attention to how these athletes do their endorsement deals, or is this new to you? Like you see Shaq on every single commercial. Are you paying attention to that and saying, okay, I want to be like that too, or how could I do it?
Definitely. I definitely aspire to be like that. Hopefully I can one day. But like I don't know the ins and outs of everything that he goes through. So like, I feel like it's kind of like, I'm just seeing the good part of it. Obviously you don't know the business aspect of it. I'm just seeing him on TV. So I feel like, dang, I just forgot the question. My mind just went blank. What was the question again?
It's a very long question. Just like how much do you pay attention to, and Rachel, I'm curious to your answer to this too, I think, because as a woman, there's not as much women endorsement deals, and they're certainly not worth the money that men are making. So are you paying extra attention now and seeing what kind of brands are working specifically with women?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely increasing exposure and opportunities for women, Olympic sports, and unrepresented athletes. Like, it's crazy the amount of change that's happened. I mean, when I was growing up, I went to a club gym with Nastia Lukin, Olympic all-around champion in gymnastics. And I noticed she did a commercial with Subway, like every here and there. Like, you only really got sponsorships as gymnasts if you won the all-around gold at the Olympics. So not many people did it. And now that there's so many more people doing it, especially in college, I mean, especially I hear younger girls are looking up to the college gymnasts doing NIL deals, and they're like, oh, I want to go there. It's definitely made an impact for sure.
How do you guys handle, or if you have already, in-season versus off-season endorsement deals? Do you think of them differently? Brevin, you can go ahead first.
Okay, my fault.
No,
I was waiting on her to answer.
I'm directing the traffic here. It's not your fault. Don't worry.
I was about to ask Rachel, when does y'all season start?
January.
Okay, so so everything's been out of season. Because for me, out of season, I've just been like, honestly, I don't know how it's going to be in season. I feel like everything may ramp up just because of like, if I have the season I want to have, then I feel like everything will be just 10 times better. Just because of obviously your name will be out there more. You'll be on TV. Your face will be shown a lot more. So I haven't really got a taste of both yet. Because right now, I think because from what I've been talking to and what I've been hearing, a lot of stuff isn't going to happen until like I'm obviously in the limelight. which I mean, I'm happy to get the deals that I've got now, but it just like, it's just going to be a different level whenever I think you're in season and you're, actively competing in events weekly and, seeing your face and seeing your name all over the news or whatnot.
And Rachel, for you, would it make a difference what kind of deals you would potentially do in season versus off season?
Yeah, I think there's two parts that come to mind with this. Is I have probably a lot more time in off season versus in season because we're not traveling or doing competitions. Sorry. So school and gym are definitely my number one priority, and then comes the NIL deals. But also I think it will definitely bring, if NIL and I can get more deals during season, it'll definitely bring more fans into the stands, bring more attention to not just me, but my whole team and gymnastics in general. I think it could boost everyone.
That's interesting. Do you guys feel like, Brevin, what percentage would you say importance you'd place on your success on the court in terms of your deals versus your abilities on social media and your presence on social media? Like, what percentage matters more, or are they equal?
That's actually a good question, because I actually was just talking to my coach about that today, because obviously if you go out there, say if I go out there and average 4 points a game, and I'm not really what I'm supposed to be this year, I feel like the attention may not be there as much as it should have been if I'm averaging 15 points a game. Like, I just feel like if you're not performing the way you should be, then the attention is just not going to be drawn to you, and you're not going to be like a big, not prospect, but like somebody that companies may want to work with for influence per se.
Right.
So I feel like you definitely have to, I would say 70-30, you definitely have to perform and actually handle your business on the court. So, but on the other hand, you can still be an influencer and still post stuff and still be friendly, social, all that kind of stuff too, though. But I just feel like you definitely have to be somewhat of a good performer in order to still get the whole, like, to be able to really, really get the whole benefits of NIL.
Certainly helps. Rachel, what do you think?
In my opinion, in gymnastics, I think it's almost the opposite. It's more, I've noticed that it's not as much how well you do in the, like, on the competition floor as your social media presence.
Yeah.
I mean, there's big names in gymnastics, and some people have gone up in big names in gymnastics because of their social media following, and since NIL started. So I think that almost boosted their gymnastics exposure.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. Basketball, I mean, it has a bigger audience. So people are naturally watching on TV and they're seeing that. And so if you're playing really well, that brings attention to you. Whereas one of the cool things about NIL is that, like Rachel, how you were saying, even if there's not as many eyes on TV, if you have that social media presence, then you're able to make money. And it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be in basketball or football in order to succeed with this, which is nice. I don't know, Brevin, I could see if a guy is at the end of the bench and they never play, but they're so hysterical on social media, I could see them doing well still.
No, definitely could. But it's just like, I guess that is true. But I guess I'm only thinking about the athletic performance part, because I feel like that's what gets on the news and that's what makes headlines and stuff like that. But nah, if you definitely like you said, if you have a social media presence, any kind of social media presence, people will be drawn to you either way. So
how do you think a coach would feel if there was, you don't have to say your coach, but a coach, how do you think they would feel if you are a guy at the end of the bench, or you're not performing well, but you are really big on social media and you're making a lot of money from that? How would the coaches feel?
I'm lucky enough to be in the position I am where I have a great relationship with him. So like, he just wants me to succeed in whatever it is. Like, we just had a talk, literally a meeting on Monday about it. And so we were just talking about how like what he views for me in this year and stuff like that. And obviously he wants to help me any way he can. So obviously I think he would be a little bit more mad though if I wasn't performing the way I needed to be though. And then like because obviously when it comes to the season, like Rachel said, you're not going to have as much time, so you can't really devote all of your time to NIL deals. So I feel like that could be a problem if that came up. But other than that, though, I feel like if you just were able to just manage your time wisely, then I think everything will be straight.
Rachel?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, we talk about here, when you're in the gym, you're in the gym. Your head's not anywhere else. When you're in school, it's at school. Like, everything's separate. So not bringing anything else into the mix. And so NIL doing well and not doing well in the gym, I feel like you almost might need to take a little bit step back, focus on where your priorities lie, and see where you go from there.
For brands that want to work with you or with just student athletes in general, what would you say, like what kind of tips or advice would you give them in terms of what they want from you, like what they're asking for? What's enticing to you?
Dang, that's a good question.
Aside from money, because we all know that's.
I think just like what me and Rachel were talking about earlier, just letting us be ourselves. I feel like obviously if the money is worth it, then obviously you'll just conform to whatever. But I feel like, but I feel like if
quite yet. Don't say that.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't really experienced no crazy deal yet, but I'm just saying though, like if you're able to kind of just be yourself, I think it'll make things easier. And not only that, I feel like you'll be able to enjoy the process that you go through too, because you won't feel like you're becoming something you're not, or you're just doing stuff out of spite or just for the money. Because I feel like that's a big part of life too. It's just like enjoying what you do, and obviously you can make money along with it. But I feel like if you don't enjoy it, then that just takes half the joy out of it.
Rachel?
Yeah, staying true to myself and my personal brand. I don't want to come off as being fake because I'm partnering with a deal that asked me to do this, this, and this. But I totally agree with Brevin. Like, just making sure my content stays true to myself.
Are there any brands that either of you see and dream brands that you would want to work with?
I really want New Balance, man. I love New Balance. Especially since Boston College is now New Balance. So like I was just like, dang, I really want to be New Balance.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
I feel like New Balance is making kind of maybe I'll get in trouble for saying this, but like kind of a comeback. Like they're cool.
Oh, they definitely, and that's what I was trying to do. Like I feel like from my thing, I'm trying to get the image, saying like New Balance has the little dad image vibe. They got that kind of thing going with it. So I'm trying to push everybody away from that kind of vibe this year while I'm here at PC. So hopefully they catch on to it and they mess with me down the line. But if not, it's all right.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I've partnered, working on a partnership with the local leotard brand. Layout Leos. So with the staying true to myself, I think partnering with athletic equipment, like I wear wrist guards on vault or grips or some athletic equipment would be cool, or even athletic wear.
Okay.
Because I wear that almost every day.
What are things, if you're looking at a brand, what are things that you find important when you're deciding, or if you were to be deciding if you want to work for them? Like maybe the top 3 things that you're going to look for that makes it exciting for you. Brevin?
I would have to say audience. Audience is no number one thing, because I feel like if we don't have somewhat of a similar audience, I feel like it could be beneficial too though to have a new audience. Mm-hmm. But at the same time though, I feel like that kind of goes with me being fake and not kind of who I like genuinely am.
Yeah.
And then the second thing I would have to say is how they brand everything, just because I feel like a lot of companies do a great job of branding and they would do a great job at promoting me and my brand. So I feel like you have to be able to do that at a really, really, really good level. And that'll definitely be attractive to me. I can't think of a third one though, but branding is the most important one, I would say, just because I like looking at people's Instagram, seeing cool pictures, seeing everything detailed, outlined, etc. So that kind of just like pops out to me whenever I look at a brand.
Okay. Rachel?
Yeah. Can you say the question again? Sorry.
Just if you were to be looking at, like, let's just say you're watching TV or you're looking at Instagram, what kind of things jump out at you about a brand that makes you want to work with them?
I guess how they present themselves would be good. Like their social media, kind of the content they post, if it aligns with my values and what I believe in. So that would be good. Like Brevin said, audience is good to have good followers, so it's almost like bringing each other up on social media. I think that's important. Yeah, I don't know what else.
bringing each other up. It's really good to hear. I feel like that's kind of it's a new wave. It makes me happy to hear that you guys are thinking like that to help each other, and it's not selfish, right?
Yeah. Not at all.
Oh, looks like we have someone jumping in. Actually, on that note, I also like BYU. They did a deal where with a corporate sponsor that allowed for walk-ons, their tuition to be paid. How do you guys think that affects the whole landscape of sports in college?
I think that's honestly probably the best thing about it. Just being able to help people, just make others' lives easier. I feel like that's crazy in terms of just like a company doing that or an organization doing that, helping others, pay for their school or whatever. I feel like that's like the best thing about the NIL is just changing people's lives, because obviously you're changing their lives and making them just happy. So I feel like that's the best thing about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Helping other people like with the NIL, if that's what you can do, like benefiting your team or whoever with these deals, I think it's really great to have.
Did I miss the question and answer portion, Chris? Do you want me to open it up to questions? Did I go over and ask all my questions?
Yeah, unfortunately, we've run out of time, but that's because you're so good at your job and you've engaged these two so well that it was a fantastic conversation. I will leave it to you to make any closing remarks if you'd like to.
No, it was really great meeting you guys. I feel very excited. I think it's nice. I feel old in a way, but it's nice hearing the kids in college that you guys care about helping each other, and it's totally not a selfish thing. Because I think people who are older, especially in the media, they can get negative about it, but it's really refreshing hearing it, even though you're going to BC.
I'm gonna learn about that rivalry soon enough.
It's a big rivalry, mostly in hockey.
Hockey, yeah.
Which I'm sure you'll learn about. But we do have Raising Cane's on our campus, so
definitely. Yep. So right now y'all winning. I think we got a Chipotle right now. We got to work on that.
Hey, don't say anything bad about Chipotle. They might do a deal with you. You never know.
I love Chipotle, but that's just the only option.
Yeah, don't speak bad about any brands that you want to work with anymore.
Well, thank you guys so much. This was a fantastic session. Rachel, congratulations on the Braves deal. That is super exciting. We're thrilled for you. Brevin, I have some good news for you. Chris Davis, the CMO of New Balance, is somebody that we know. So I will help connect the dots there. And Chris,
I appreciate that, big guy. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. This is what it's all about. This is why we're here today. And that's why, we had tried, we kind of did this a little bit last minute, so we weren't able to get as many athletes as we'd like, though we have a heck of a panel coming up in a second. But next time around, we're going to do more of this. And really, it's all about, there's hundreds of brand marketers in this audience right now, and they're here watching you guys. And what I'm hoping more than anything is that you guys end up getting business out of this, because that's really what it's all about.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank
Christine,
you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Christine, you were brilliant. Thank you so much. We're going to do these again in the future, so hopefully you guys can join us. Thank you guys all.
Thanks.
Definitely appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank
Bye,
you.
guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So we've made it to the last panel of the day, and it is certainly not least. This is an incredible panel. We actually built this whole entire NIL day around this flagship panel. We could not be more excited by who we're about to bring on stage. We have Miara O'Neil, we have Sharif O'Neil, Shawnee O'Neil, Shakir O'Neil, and Mimi O'Neil, the O'Neil family, the first family of NIL. And our moderator and host for this session is my dear friend and a legend in his own right, Leonard Armato, who actually was the manager and agent to their father, Shaquille O'Neal, during his heyday. So welcome to the stage, Leonard and the O'Neil family. Great to see you all.
Oh, thank you, Chris, so much. And it's so wonderful to be able to do this today, because I've known this family forever. I've seen them all grow up in front of my eyes. It's been such a wonderful process to witness. And now, as you said, it's the first family of the NIL with like over 10 million influencers at their disposal. I mean, they've got fans galore. They can reach Gen Z collectively like no other group in the whole NIL. So that's pretty cool. And, you know, the thing that's also really neat about this is that their parents are legendary. So, you know, Shawnee, their mom is with us. She's a, you know, reality star. She's an entrepreneur. She's a momager. She influences people and inspires people in her own right. And we're going to get to talk to her. And of course, you know, the kids are also the children of the legendary Shaq, who puts smiles on people's faces all the time. So, you know, what a great panel we have today. And I can't wait to interview everybody. And I want to start with the mom, because it all starts there. The heart of the family. You can't do anything without the mom. I mean, she's like the CEO of the group. You know, she runs the day-to-day activities of the clan. And, you know, Shawnee, you've been called a momager, you know, the Kris Jenner of the NIL. You can call yourself, you know, sort of like the queen mother of NIL, whatever you want to call it. But how does it feel to have raised these remarkable kids, 4 of them that now are student athletes that can benefit under this new ruling?
Wow, that's a layered question. I mean, because being a mom is my favorite job in the whole wide world. Like, that's just the best. But they are, and I'm not just saying it because they're mine, they are just remarkable kids, you know, like they're just good kids. And they happen to be phenomenal athletes. So it's crazy. I mean, Leonard, you know, just wrangling us for this moment is hard because it's, you know, so many schedules, so many things going on all the time. And, you know, as a single mom, it was just a matter of trying to figure out how to slice myself into all these pieces and be where I needed to be. And when I wasn't somewhere, you know, letting them know why I wasn't. And I'm at Shakira's game. I'm not able to go to Sharif's game today, or Mimi's game, and not able to go to Miara's, whatever it is. It's just a matter of, you know, like understanding you have we all have an understanding, right? They know I'm just me and I can only do so much, but I'm very hands-on. You know, having 5 kids, you have to have a personal relationship with each one of them. And it is a different relationship, you know, like each one is different because they all have different personalities. But it's a roller coaster, but a fun one. I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Well, you also are there to help other mothers, other parents who have athlete children. And then now under the NIL, a lot of people come to you for advice. What do you tell them?
You know, I try to do my best. With this being so new, you know, I think the smartest thing is to build a team. Even in my professional life, I think it's important to build a team that knows what they're doing and helping you be as successful at this as you can. So thus, you know, us working with you, because I'm like, Leonard, what the heck? You're like, it's all these things coming and you just want to be smart. You know, I hear a lot of parents saying, hey, this person called and offered this much, we took it. And then this person called and we took it. I'm like, it's not the smartest thing to do. You know, those fine print contracts, those no contracts, you know, deals, those are dangerous places to go and places to, you know, business to do. And it's about longevity, right? You don't want to just do something that's hot right now that could damage another relationship or another deal that you could get down the line, you know. And where is your kid going? Like, is your kid going professional? Is this just, you know, doing this right now while you're in college? Like, I think it just needs to be a plan set and some goals set, you know, before you just jump in.
Well, you know what? I mean, you know, Shaquille told me, teach Shawnee like you taught me. I guess I taught you well because everything
You're teaching me well, Leonard. I tell you, you're teaching me. I'm taking notes.
So, you know, one other thing I want to ask you before I get to the kids, you know, you have a really interesting quality. Like, people see you and you're kind of on a pedestal. You know, you've been on a reality show. You're obviously famous. But you also provide like these hacks for moms that are busy and don't have time necessarily to figure things out. So you have some really interesting way of providing tips to people like yourself so that maybe they can look like they're dressing like $1 million, but they don't have to spend that much, or they can figure out how to make some meals in 2 or 3 minutes. So talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I always say I clean up nice, you know. I will I mean, I just try to keep it as simple. I think simple is best. And that's for, like you said, a busy mom. We got games to go to. We might be coming from work, things like that. I'm big on a crock pot and something you can put on in the morning, and by the time you come back, you know, dinner's ready. I've gone from work to games to where I'll put a jogging suit in the car, and you know, it's just about finding what's simple for you and easiest for you. But one thing that you know, I think is important to tell parents that are parents of athletes is that you know, like, try to figure out a lesson in the game that they can incorporate in life. You know what I mean? So if it's Sharif and he had open heart surgery and he rebounded from that, and he, you know, it's rebounding in the game. It's just, I think life lessons are so important as parents for the games, and make sure that your kid loves what they do more than you do. You know,
Yeah,
so that's so important for them to love it more than you. It's not about you. It's about them and supporting them. But, you know, some parents get a little carried away and live vicariously through their kid. I think that's a dangerous place to be. So make sure, I always tell my kids, like, listen, if this is not what you want to do, let's go, you know, don't stress me out.
No, that's beautiful. And, you know, speaking of that, a lot of student athletes, a lot of kids, especially with the pandemic and everything we've been going through the past couple of years, are really stressed out. And we've had a lot of focus on athlete mental health as of recent times. And it was so refreshing to hear Mimi, and I'm going to talk about you for a second, Mimi, and then talk to you. You know, one of the first things that Mimi said to us is that she wants to really broaden that platform that she's built called Athlete Escape to really help student athletes deal with a lot of these pressures, a lot of the problems that they're faced with in today's world. So Mimi, welcome. Hello, and please tell us a little bit about yourself and maybe a little bit about your passion for Athlete Escape.
Yeah, so I decided to start Athlete Escape last year when I attended LSU. And it was during the pandemic, so everything was just kind of like, everything was kind of sad, you know, like nothing was the same. On lockdown, I would just go to practice and, you know, back to my dorm. So a couple things kind of got to me with that, and also with the media, you know, people talking, that also got to me. So I started Athlete Escape to kind of highlight mental health with athletes, because I really don't think it's talked about enough, and I really think it should be. So I wanted to start that and just, you know, have a platform where student athletes can, you know it's okay to talk about it.
Yeah, well, you obviously were ahead of your time, because all of a sudden with Naomi Osaka and what happened with Simone Biles, I mean, everyone's talking about it now. So I would imagine that there's going to be a lot of people receptive to helping you build this out. And on the college athletic level, there hasn't been that much discussion. So hopefully this can be an opportunity for you to do something important to help others. And I know that's something that you really care about. So, you know, when you talk about your core values, one of those core values you have is to really help other people and be really considerate of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really care about other people a lot. I care about my siblings, always looking out for them, my teammates, always looking out for everyone around me. You know, I really care, and I love hard for people.
Yeah, that's amazing. So talk about how you transferred from LSU to Texas Southern University, which is a historic Black college and university. Did that have anything to do with your decision?
I think it had a little bit to do with my decision. You know, I wanted to come home, be close to my mom, my sister, and also be with Shakir on campus. I was with Sharif, but, you know, I'm moving.
Take care of that younger brother, right?
So yeah, I have most of my family here, and Texas Southern just really showed me a lot of love out of the transfer portal, and I just automatically felt like it was a better fit for me there.
Very cool, very cool. So speaking of your younger brother, Shakir, who you have to take care of, and I understand that you two live kind of close to each other, and I'm going to talk to him in a second here. So Shakir, unmute yourself, and I'm going to ask you a question, okay? So
all right.
You are a very fun-loving young man. Your dad told me that you're his twin. Now, why did he say that?
I mean, we don't look alike. I look way better than him, obviously, but everybody says that like we just act the same. Like ever since I was young, everybody says we just are both like funny and goofy. On the court, we get serious. We just sometimes I see similarity. It's kind of scary, but it's kind of weird. But a lot of people just say like we're twins, so we both call each other twins.
So it's because you're like on the court, you're mean and you're tough, but when you get off the court, you like to put a smile on people's faces.
Yeah, and when we always like talk and argue, it's just like we're saying the same stuff. So,
so you exploded on TikTok. So what the heck happened, and what do you attribute that to?
So on TikTok, basically, I just was posting like funny dance videos myself, but my account was like private. So one day we were on a plane and my dad was asleep, and I played some old song and I was filming him snoring and like drooling out of his mouth. And I just posted it because I only had like 100 followers. I didn't think anything of it. And then I woke up and it got like 1 million views. And then I posted another one of me and him dancing, and I got like 30 million views. And then I got like 4 million followers in like 2 days. And then I just kept making like little funny random videos, kept posting pranks with my dad, and then it just went up from there.
Oh, wow. Wow. So talk a little bit about your goals. Like, what are your goals as a basketball player? Like, what are you trying to accomplish this year at Texas Southern?
Well, this year at Texas Southern, I'm just trying to make it to the tournament and just win it all. Really, I just want to be with my team, be happy, get the championship, get a ring, and then, really, I'm really just focused on winning.
So we're here talking about this thing called NIL. All of a sudden, you as a young man can now start to make money on your name, image, and likeness. So are you excited about this? Do you think it's good? I mean, how does it feel to all of a sudden be able to generate some revenue on your own as opposed to begging your mom and dad for money all the time?
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm still going to beg my mom and dad for money all the time, but I think it's a very good opportunity for like me, my family, and also a lot of young athletes to make money off their names, because I know a lot of players before could have really used this, and I think we're all blessed that we're able to do it now. So I really love it.
So, and you have a lot of like famous friends, influencers, like kind of tell everybody about kind of how that works and how you guys hang out and stuff.
Yeah, so like I grew up in LA, and I know like Bronny's like one of my best friends. I knew him ever since I was young, and I know like a lot of YouTubers like Bryce Hall, Taylor Holder. I know like all the TikTokers and stuff. We just hang out, have fun. I see them at like few events and stuff, but yeah, and we all just follow each other and talk. So I'm really like close with those guys.
That's cool. So you like to play any video games, or what kind of things do you like to do in your spare time?
I love video games. I'm really good at video games, especially Fortnite. Me and Miara play Fortnite all the time.
Oh yeah, who's better?
I'd say me. I was trying to be nice.
I'm gonna get to her. You're coming next, so don't worry. You'll have your chance.
I was trying to be nice. I was gonna say her, but it's really me. She's getting there, but like, I play. You can see I got Fortnite on the screen right now.
I'm better at building than you.
I get like 10 kills a game.
Do you play any of the basketball games? You play 2K or anything like that?
Nah,
not so much. Not so much. Okay, all right. So Miara, you're in high school. You're just turned 15. Is it really true that you can dunk?
I mean, I wouldn't say that, but
I saw her dunk. She dunked.
What? Oh my gosh, that's unbelievable.
I can, but not consistently.
Well, Okay, and you're a sophomore in high school.
Yeah, just started sophomore year.
Ooh, so how does it feel like when you go to these tournaments and you're walking around at 15 years old and these girls are coming up to you and acting like you're a star player? How does that feel?
It's pretty a surreal feeling because I've never really had that much confidence in myself, and to see like other people like inspired by what I do, it makes me like grateful that I even have the life that I have. And I would love to continue to like inspire other young athletes my age.
Yeah, oh, that's amazing. So, you've already gotten offers from colleges at 15, right?
Yeah.
So tell us about it.
The process is it's not overwhelming, but the emotions are everywhere really. And it's also a surreal feeling because I didn't think I would get that many offers at the age. I was 14. Well, no, I wasn't 14. I was 15 at the time, and it's still surreal because I was only a freshman. And it was like my first big tournament, first time playing EYBL. So it was fun. It was really fun, but it was also nerve-wracking at the same time.
Yeah, so you've gotten an offer from, where have you been? It's UCL. Oh, does that mean anything that you're wearing that? No. Okay, you're not saying you're not, but you appreciate all the offers you've gotten so far.
Yeah, definitely.
And you expect to get a few more coming down the pipe.
Hopefully. We'll see.
Does your mama? Do you have anything to say about this? What's your feeling about your youngest daughter? Coming up and having all this attention on her as a basketball player.
Well, it's interestingly enough, Miara got offers the youngest out of everybody. Like even Sharif, like no one got offers this early. So this is a first. I mean, it was a little overwhelming because I'm like, can she get offers this early? And are we supposed to be taking visits? It just seemed like, she's just a sophomore. So it just seemed kind of too soon to do all of that. But apparently you can. And I mean, I know she might have a top 5, maybe. But I think that, she just, it's a great feeling to be wanted. And, she works hard and she's in the gym every day. So, she puts in the work to get the appreciation. And one thing about Miara, she's very, very grateful and she's very loyal and loving. Like she loves hard and, she looks out for her friends. We had a conversation the other day about her game. And I was saying, you can shoot, you pass well. She really hates playing the post because she's just like, oh, I don't want to, everybody wants me to play like my dad because I'm the biggest girl out there. Like, well, just think about it. If you do that, then they can't stop you. Like, what can't you do in the game? You can go, you take them inside out. So it's just one more thing that you could add to your game and you're unstoppable. So I think she agreed, right, Miara? I mean, I'm not the basketball person in the family. Like when I give basketball advice, they kind of laugh, but I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. So Miara, I've seen you on social media and you seem to be pretty comfortable just going on and creating content, etc.
Yeah, I would like people to see the real me, not just like the perfect image. Well, obviously I want to be perfect, but like not everybody's perfect. So I'm just comfortable with like everybody seeing like the real me and my personality. And I also love to dance. So TikTok is like the main app.
You want to show some dance moves right now? No? Although people have to go on your TikTok to see that, right? Okay.
Right.
That's fair. Did your mom teach you those dance moves, or did you make them up on?
It's kind of the other way around.
Oh, you teach her?
Miara.
I do. We all teach you the TikTok dance.
You teach the TikTok dance, but how did you?
We have to stand there for like 20 minutes.
That is true. It takes me a solid 30 to get a TikTok dance down. Like, who does, choreography these days? They do real dance routines. Who has time?
Shakira, you're the entertainer in the group. So what do you have to say about this?
Oh yeah, my mom can't dance.
Here.
Takes her like at least 30 minutes to teach her how to do a simple whoa, clap. Miar can dance. Mimi can dance. Everybody in the family can dance. I say I'm the best at the parties.
Clearly, you say you're the best at everything, though. Like every single thing. You're best looking. You do everything, right?
Hey, I am the best looking. That's just facts.
So Shawnee,
yes.
You could, sort of wave a magic wand over the next year. What would you like to see for each one of these kids? So I want to hear that.
You know what? I don't put any pressure on them. We do talk about like their personal goals and things that they would like to accomplish. So what I do is when we have those conversations, I just try to be the support system for those goals. So I would love to see them meet the goals that they have set for themselves in the next year. I know Sharif wants to have a phenomenal year and try to go to the league, next season. So I'm supporting that 1,000%. And Shakir, honestly, is trying to do the same thing as a freshman. He's trying to go in there and kill and get on out of there. But he also had a conversation with me the other day. Shakir. He also had a conversation with me the other day about, furthering his education. He was like talking about getting his master's and things like that. So I'm definitely supporting him in all of the above. Miara, she said, she wants to start doing 2-a-day workouts, and she's going to school online. So we're figuring out that schedule now. And Mimi, she's playing ball again this year, which is great because last year she was like, absolutely not, Mom, I quit, it's over. And she's back playing, and she's so dedicated. And I love to see that about her. She's dedicated academically as well as with the team, but it's just good to see her smiling because like she said, last year was a little depressing and down for her, especially. She struggled. So now we got our Mimi back with smiles and all that. And I love that she's trying to support other athletes in that space that she was in and encouraging people to talk about it because that's so very important. So to answer your question, Leonard, I guess it's just me supporting the goals that they have set for the year and doing whatever I can to, push that along.
Yeah. So just talking to each one of them, like Mimi, tell us about what you're looking forward to this year as a student athlete, but also, with an eye towards, the rest of your future.
I'm just looking forward to, like Shakir said, to winning, getting better at the sport. And I'm really excited about this NIL opportunity, but not just for the money, because I think it'll help me step out of my comfort zone, with doing stuff like this, like interviews and stuff, because everyone knows I'm a little shy. I don't talk much. So even this, I was like, oh my God, do I want to do this?
Great. You're doing great.
Yeah. So I'm really excited to step out my comfort zone. And
it's interesting. We got a question from the audience just wondering, they're really, feel, pretty excited about your athlete escape group. So is there any information you can provide people about how to find it, or are you still in the sort of like the development phases of it?
Right now, all I have is the Instagram page, but I'm working on, other stuff to kind of.
So stuff to come, right? We're all working on trying to figure out how we can really launch this thing so that it really can scale and help as many people as possible, right?
Yeah.
And then as you continue on with your education, do you have anything in mind in terms of what you want to do?
Not yet. I'm not sure exactly what I do. I'm majoring in business management. So I've actually really been enjoying that. I've been learning a lot in my classes, but I'm not sure exactly what I want to do.
All right, well,
I
that's
just
fair.
really want to work with Amazon.
You want to work with Amazon? Okay.
What do you mean work with Amazon? Like
You
buying
want to be a delivery person?
something with Amazon? Well, I hope they give you again credit because right now. By the way, I don't know. It was a gentleman named Chris who was on here before we logged on, and he talked to the guy in front of us about New Balance. And I just would like to put this little plug in if these are what I had on today. So New Balance, while you out here, don't play with me.
All right. Oh, that's so good. Hey, so Shakir, I'm not going to let you off the hook because, you know, if you say you're your dad's twin, he's a hardworking man. He's very productive. So what are you going to do in the coming year to be productive? What are your goals?
I just work out every day with my team and just study and just get smarter. And yeah, just write out my goals and just make sure I complete them all and make sure that I'm as happy as I can be every day.
Oh, nice. And then also, like your dad says, make other people's lives better and put a smile on their face.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. Shawnee, so, you know, this is really interesting and, you know, kind of maybe even gets back to Miara. You know, you seems like you've raised these kids with some great values and humility. How did that happen being, you know, the kids of such, you know, rich, famous people?
Well, I think the power of no is amazing. You know, it's just one of those things that you expect them to have everything, get everything they want, you know, go everywhere they want to go. And that is not how, you know, being in my house was at all. So it was the power of no and the, you know, just humbling them to like, hey, we have your dad and I have money. You don't necessarily have money. So that doesn't mean you get to go around and just spend up. And don't get me wrong, they do their bit of spending. As Mimi says, she wants to work with Amazon. I do too, because I would like to get all my money back that she has spent there. But you know, it's one of those things that the power of no and just humbling them. We did things like go down to the what is it, downtown and feed the homeless for holidays. I made sure that we did things that always gave back to the community. When Miara still does it now, it's like I kind of programmed them this way of, if she wants new shoes, right? She wants all these sneakers. And I'm like, okay, you want 4 new pairs of sneakers and you have to give 4 away, you know, to someone that needs shoes. We have to give them to charity or give them to an organization that gives shoes to kids that need shoes. So with their clothes, everything. So it's a giving, you know, a pay it forward type household that I think helped just raise them to be the people that they are today, because they all definitely give back in every way. You know, Shakir talks about making people laugh and smile every day. He does, but he also is so very giving. Like he literally will give the shirt off his back in a heartbeat. So, you know, I love that about each and every one of them. I wish Sharif could have joined us. He's in practice apparently right now. And I guess the coach is not letting him get away. I thought I soothed that relationship a little bit, but apparently that's not happening.
All right. Well, you know, speaking of that, Shawnee, and I want to hear from Shakir and maybe Mimi on this. You know, now that you're able to make money from your name, image, and likeness, the schools are monitoring it closely. So what's the attitude like at these schools? Because now the way that it works, the NCAA has basically said it's up to the schools to figure out what this really means. And I know schools want to protect their money. Like if they have a shoe deal with one, you know, organization or one company, they don't want to have a kid wearing a shoe from another company because it messes up their deal. So Shakir, like at Texas Southern, what are they saying? Mimi, at Texas Southern, are they telling you anything about what you can and can't do?
Yeah, they were just telling us to let us know what deals we make and that we're not allowed to like sell anything with like Texas Southern on it.
What about are they putting any other restrictions on you? Like, are they saying you can't get a shoe deal? does Texas Southern have a shoe deal with one of the companies?
Yeah, our team is sponsored by Under Armour, but they never say anything about a shoe deal or anything. They just said you can't like sell anything with like my name and Texas Southern on it. Like, so I couldn't sell like my jersey or anything.
Right. Okay. So do you, Mimi and Shakir, you work through the same compliance officer, or do they have, or just who tells you all this?
Yeah, we work through the same compliance, I believe. They really just want us to let them know everything, to go over it, you know.
Do they seem to be supportive, or what's their attitude about things?
Yeah, they're pretty supportive. They just really wanted to stay in the loop. So if we did anything and just who we did it with, and that's pretty much it.
And so Miara, like you're in high school. So, you know, it's a little bit different rules in high school. Some states allow, a few states don't. I know that you're a online student, you know, and basically California student for purposes of the online high school you're in. Are you thinking about the NIL and being able to do things? What's your feeling and your attitude about it? Do you want to make money?
Yes, I do. I do. I would like to spend my own money and not always spend my mom's money.
Yeah.
It would be nice.
So what kind of things, if you could dream, what kind of things would you dream being associated with? What kind of companies would you love to have paying you?
Definitely shoe companies, because I really love shoes, and also clothes too. I really love clothes. I really love, yeah, all types of clothes. Really, it doesn't really matter.
So what kind of, do you like super fashionable clothes? Do you like, you know, athleisure wear? What kind of stuff do you like hang around in or like to wear?
I don't know if you guys know Billie Eilish, but I really,
of course,
yeah,
everybody knows Billie Eilish.
I kind of like her style, so I kind of like
baggy clothes
and like incorporate my personality with those type of clothes. So definitely like comfy, baggy, graphic type stuff is what I go
But
to.
I think Mimi seems a little more high fashion, right, Mimi?
I honestly don't think so.
No?
No,
what do you like?
more than them two.
You like what?
I said not as much as them two, Mia and Shakir.
No, what do you like?
I like, you know, I don't want to say plain because I make plain look like it's high fashion, but it's not, you know. So what do I wear? I'm trying to think. I haven't.
She wears baggy sweats and big jackets.
He only.
How about you, Shakir? What about you,
For me?
Yeah.
Well, usually when like at school, I just be wearing shorts and a shirt, but like when I pop out to go out somewhere, I put on a fit, like be wearing designer pants, shoes, shirts. Like I'm the second best dressed in my family. I say Miles, he's a model. I look up to him. I like modeling a lot. So sometimes I steal his clothes and I'll just wear it better than him. So yeah, when I try, I really wear something nice.
Well, that's good. So Shawnee?
Yes.
So tell me what you think is going to happen over the next year or so with the NIL and all these college athletes having the opportunity to profit or make money from their name, image, and likeness. How do you see this evolving, and what advice would you give other parents about how to, you know, sort of help or support their kids as they start to look at what to do?
Like I said before, I think it's very important for parents and their child or children to have a plan, you know, a plan of longevity. So, you know, I also think that maybe it'll be an incentive for a lot of kids that maybe aren't going to go pro to continue their education. You know, as long as you're staying a college student and you can stay in this NIL process, you can make money, play sports, get your education, and, you know, plan for the future. So the whole package is about planning, because again, you don't want to make quick decisions that aren't smart for the the future and whatever your child plans on doing. If they plan on going pro, then you got to think like that. You know, you gotta figure out what are those deals that either are going to last till then and possibly get bigger when they get there, or something a little more short term because our goal is to go pro next season or whatever. So, you know, it's about planning and having somebody or a team around you that can look at the fine print, that can sit down and strategize with you. I think it's worth the time, the energy, and maybe even the money to put a strategy together for a brand. Your child is now a brand. So you got to think like that. You know, it's not just the, hey, let's make some quick money. That kid who maybe is an adult is a brand now. So, you know, put a smart plan in place.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. I mean, you're fortunate enough to have 4 kids collectively with 10 million followers in social media and can reach Gen Z in a, you know, really powerful way. But there's a lot of student athletes out there under the so-called NIL that can't reach very many people at all. And you know, I know it's probably a lot of maybe disappointed people out there thinking they're going to make a lot of money when in fact, you know, they're not able to do that. So, you know, I think the one thing I'd say to you is, you know, just listening to you today and knowing you and knowing this family for so long, you've done such a great job raising these kids, and, you know, they're all delightful in their own way, you know, and they have the kind of values that I think that people really respond to and respect. So I just want to say congrats to all of you. And I see Chris is coming on to kind of wrap things up. So Chris, you got any final thoughts on everything?
Just want to let you know, Shawnee, I heard you. We got you on that New Balance.
Thank you, Chris. We're now friends.
Absolutely. And now that the O'Neill family is under the Influential banner, we got you on a lot more stuff. So really exciting times ahead. Leonard is the man. He's one of my best friends, and I'm super excited to be working with y'all.
Same here. So much, Chris. Thanks for the opportunity.
All right.
Absolutely.
Thanks, everybody. All right.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks for having me.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right. We did it. I love it, Shakir. We did it, guys. This is the end of an amazing day. Thank you all for tuning in and watching. So much knowledge dropped today. So many great people. We're going to definitely be doing this again in the near future. Even more star-studded with even more great brands and agents and players and management. Thank you guys so much for coming out today. So let me just say my final bit here. Influential will be back in a few short weeks on September 23rd with another awesome days of sessions on influencer marketing. But in the meantime, check out the upcoming live cast on September 9th. Brand Innovators is hosting a Women in Marketing Leadership live cast. If you're free, please check it out. Thanks, everybody. Have a great Labor Day weekend, and bye for now.